Good evening. We are preparing and getting the social snippet out of the way, but we will begin shortly. Hello, hello, hello. All right, here we go. So, shall we?
I mean, you're the one with
Come.
the recap. Balls in your court.
Okay. Today's the day of what I'm not looking forward to for an answer. However, just like previous jobs with Queen, we're expected to be there one day, maybe one day. They'll have to ask us for our help. The sun sets and we arise. We get ready for the unexpected. Why am I dragged into these physical altercations? I know my place. I feel more useful elsewhere, but I won't let down the coterie. We all head down to the office, where we're guided down into the sewers, where we're expecting to go meet Bouchard, only to find Quee arguing over tactics. To scout or not to scout? That is a question. Seems like a 50-50 between Quee and Kashif and Bouchard and Jordan. We banter back and forth and finally decide to push as one. I'm not a fan of this, but it keeps the surprise factor up. It's our best odds. Or so we thought. It's good to see Luca here, and as expected, she's right in her domain, ready to unleash on whatever comes. We press forward, working under silence, just as to have crossed paths with runes engraved in the tunnels. As we hold back, we're surprised by a runaway. She takes out two mercs with her acidic blood. Something, well, we're all familiar with. Orion pushes back. Quaid is quick to pump lead into her, slowing her down, but not so effective. Frustrated with the situation unfolding, I command her to drop to her knees and, well, she obeys. She's quickly subdued. Injuries are looked over. We grill her, find out she's Daphne, the first child of the former prince, Belladin, and she's here searching for an ancient artifact. Unusual to hear stories of an item only to capture someone trying to actually find it. If this gets found, this doesn't bode well for anyone. After our talk, we drag Daphne with us. We return to the group only to see the ruins were too much of a problem. Bouchard mentions of another path, which at this point is better than dealing with those. We end up traveling single file into the unknown, as the sewers give way to old waterways and natural stone, not man-made. We knew this was... Who knew this was all under New York? We break out into a wide area to be greeted by trouble. Flashed with floodlights as we're at a disadvantage, blinded Three figures loom on an elevated platform. Time stops as words are spoken, and the mercs with us, the mortals, all turn on each other. Fuck, this is bad. Her goons come down from their platform and turns into a decent fight until Junior decides to shoot out all the fucking lights. The fuck was he thinking? It's weirdly silent for a second as the room sits in eternal darkness as no one can see who's attacking who. And apparently, with the exception of Junior, who shouts, "Fall back, more are coming." It's not a good place to be. Period. And that's where we left it.
All right. So much is described. The combat seems to be easing a bit as the mortals seem to be falling away fairly quickly, wounded or dead by kindred hands or vampiric or kindred hands or mortal hands. Doesn't really matter at this point. Leaving, as I recall, Junior had moved ahead of the group, running towards the stairs, and with Matthias, fairly close behind, dragging what's her name? Daphne, thank you.
Hey, Lazy, how you doing?
Michael had gone to assist Luca with the kindred that she was fighting. And Vivian and Orion had stayed towards the back when the room went black. Well, it didn't go black, sorry, it filled with fog.
Eventually it went black once the last light was put out.
Oh yeah, it went black because Junior took out all the lights. That's right.
How do I sound compared to
You're in there,
the Discord?
in the darkness, you can see.
Am I more balanced today? I know.
Actually, no, you can't. Never mind.
Listen to the recording, and I was a little bit hotter.
Yeah, so Junior's leading the way. So Ty, where are you? Like you said, you're going to be home soon. So, yeah, I'm assuming you're not.
10 to 15 minutes away, but I can easily carry on from this scene. I know my intention with Protean because I can see in absolute darkness. I forget the name of it, Eyes of the Night or whatever it is.
Eyes of the Beast.
Eyes of the Beast, that's it.
If need be, I can
so
boost
Eyes
up
of the Beast,
individual players.
I thought it was
in
Quaid,
Discord,
but maybe it was Trent. Whoever was running toward the stairs, I'm not sure that they heard me. So
I was pushing the Daphne up the stairs because of the fog. I couldn't see shit.
Oh, okay. So I'm chasing after Matthias then to make sure that he's aware. More vampires are coming in from the side, not humans, from some side doorways that have opened up, and as well, if one of those two vampires that came down from the upper balcony with those glistening, almost ceremonial type daggers, if there might be an opportunity for me to either do a quick headshot to one of the guys to steal it or to take that dagger from his dead hands.
All right, well, hold on.
So that's my that's my two streams of thinking for what Junior's going to be doing for the moment. Where Matthias takes precedence over the dagger, but the dagger is definitely staying fresh in his mind to see what the fuck that's all about.
All right. Sorry, just kind of thinking for a moment.
That's okay.
There's a lot of moving pieces here.
Yep.
So Matthias, you get to the stairs when everything kind of goes black. And the fog is kind of rolling in. And it's getting thicker. So Junior, even through Eyes of the Beast, like you still can barely see.
Yeah, because there's this red mist that was coming up from the floor. Or some
It wasn't
shit.
red. It was never red. I don't.
Oh,
That
okay.
that was a
Just
post.
a mist.
Sorry, that was my bad.
that was post game discussion that ended up being a red misted joke
Oh,
of a.
okay. That's why that's sticking.
I joked about the red wedding, then red mist, and all kinds of random things. But I digress.
Hour of suggestion.
I mean, Troy is always good.
Regardless, like
I mean, Troy's a
even though the
professional
mist is
audio
not
engineer
red,
guy.
it's still fairly thick. It's more like a fog.
That's what he does for bands. So when he management, and then
So
make
Matthias, what are you gonna do? What's your goal now that you can't see?
at this moment, I think everything went out the window, and since I can't see shit, I'm gonna kind of plaster against the wall, holding Daphne, and hope that I don't know. I'll shout out for. I guess the last voice I would have heard would have been Junior's. Assuming I heard it, if he was loud enough. I don't know how far I was from the rest of the group. Not that far that I couldn't hear, but
No, the room's not that big. It's big enough. Like I would say, like maybe half the size of a football field.
okay. So he was. How close is he technically?
You're not sure. Because you guys keep switching
What about
spots as to
Vancouver?
who's in the lead. I'm not even sure.
Oh, probably just turn back and just look back towards what I think is the direction I came from and just yell, "Somebody get me the fuck out of this!" And then I think if I'm at the steps, it's against the wall, so I'm gonna run across the wall and work my way back. Start working my way back.
All right. And then Quaid.
Quaid was fairly far forward. I'm going to assume that he saw the people coming in from the side.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
No. Junior was the only person to see them.
Okay.
Just the shape of the room, because it's not a square. It's kind of the tunnel. The tunnel expands and then opens up into a bubble. You guys were kind of in that open area, like a widened, open spot before the bubble when you got ambushed.
Okay.
Though you are close to the edge with Luca. You
Okay.
were helping her finish off this kindred that she was fighting.
Right. Okay. Finish him, then move to the wall and invoke Cloak of Shadows and just bip out, stand still.
What does finish him mean?
Well, that's true. You're the one that put it in terms of we were finishing him, and I don't know that I know.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you just put your gun up to his head and blow his head off while he's fighting.
No, he missed the head as I remember from the roll. It was like he got his arm or his center mass or something like that.
Okay.
But the kindred and Luca were in a hand-to-hand brawl, like not fists, like we're talking claws, teeth, like whatever they can use.
Didn't you say Luca just tore into him and shredded him?
Well, she is tearing into him. He's tearing into her. And mind you, he stumbled back a bit because he just took a rather large handgun to the ribs.
Yeah, just trying to recap a visual.
All right.
Wanted to make sure.
I'll just grab his good arm and try to hold it back and impair him so that Luca can get at him.
That's not his
Okay.
arm.
Give me a dex plus, strength plus brawl. Yes, you can add potence to that if you have it.
Okay. That going under pull size modifier, it's just one.
It depends on what you have in potence, like what your potence
Just
skill
one.
wise.
Soaring leap.
All right, that's not really going to help.
Okay.
All right, that's enough to kind of grab him. He's very distracted by Luca, who's doing the real damage to him. Not saying the gun didn't do anything, but there's a very large difference between the aggravated damage and the regular damage that you're doing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it easy for her to get at him.
And that you do. And what does she do? She grabs it by the head. He's kind of cradling his one arm close to his body where you kind of shot him. That arm is not doing very well. So you grab the good arm.
Right.
And kind of pull him back towards you. And Luca grabs him by the hair, reefs his head to the side, exposing his neck, and bites into his neck, not with the intent to feed, but you hear the sickening crunch of tendons, cartilage, and fucking bone. As she bites in, she gets part of his spinal column. And obviously this guy's not in very good shape. He's fighting back very strongly. However, you can feel it slowly weakening. Like, that sort of panicked fight. And
I just concentrate on holding on to his arm, wrist, and just lean back and try to pull his arm out straight and keep him from moving it and leave it to her.
And you kind of use it. Excuse me, I just bit my own tongue. That wasn't good. Using his body as leverage, like kind of putting your shoulder into his like armpit. You pull his arm straight, almost back, almost dislocating it. He would be making noise, like there's a gurgle there. And you feel a wet spray cover your face as he suddenly goes limp. His head removed from his body.
You okay, Luca?
She kind of stands up and cracks her head from side to side. You can see that she's torn and bloody and beaten. And she just kind of spits out of her mouth like a chunk of meat and bone. Like, thanks.
Just grin at her.
And then meanwhile, a little bit further back, we have Vivian and Orion. I know Orion was kind of tending Vivian, like not letting her get too far without protection.
Yeah, because they had been up firing at people they could see, but obviously now they couldn't. He had
Right.
yelled previously about that they should probably try to get out of there before the others had run forward.
Yeah, and their idea of getting out of there was running forward.
Right. So I think he is gonna try to grab, like, not like roughly, but just like try to find Vivian, because no one can see anything anymore, right? With fog plus darkness.
You
So
guys are
just-
kind of at the tail end of it. You guys will be the last to be enveloped. But because of the darkness, like you guys kind of know where each other were. But
Yeah.
there is no ambient light in here. It just becomes pitch black. There's
Yeah,
an
he'll try
occasional
to.
flash from flashlights that's used from soldiers' guns that are laying on the ground and that kind of thing. But that's basically it.
Ooh, yeah. I like that idea. I'm gonna tell Vivian, like, we should start backing up and see if we can get the others to find us. Do you know where they are? I can't really tell. But he'll reach down and grab one of the. I'm assuming it's like a automatic rifle of some kind.
Yeah,
with a
assault
light on it.
rifle with a flashlight at the end of it.
Yeah, so he'll holster his gun and a flashlight and pick up one of those.
It's empty, just so you know.
Ah, okay.
But the flashlight does work. The way the light works, it doesn't work like a flashlight should. It just kind of creates an ambient glow right around you because of the fog,
Yeah.
but doesn't pierce very well. Like you can see maybe in a 10-foot circle around you.
Is
And even
there
it's a little bit blurry?
Do any of the bodies have any spare clips on them?
They're called the magazines.
I was waiting for
Spare
that.
magazines.
I was so waiting for that.
I'm just teasing,
No, he's not.
but it's true. It's what they're called.
I believe you.
Yeah, like you know a dead mercenary by your feet. You can see in his carry-on vest. You can see the magazine sticking out.
Okay. I'm gonna see what I can do about grabbing as many as I can, and also see if I can grab his vest off of him since I don't have mine anymore.
I mean, you'll have to fuck with the vest to get it off of a dead or unconscious corpse, but you can get it off. It's not like he's gonna fight you off. It's just gonna take a
Unconscious
minute
corpse.
because he's laying there,
Yeah.
unresponsive.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right, what about you, Vivian?
I think I'm just gonna try and move around, trying to figure out where the fuck I am. I still have my pistol on me, and she's gonna
Yep.
reload it to get it ready to shoot again.
Okay. You can see the glow from Orion's flashlight at the end of his rifle,
Mhm.
and the fog is really fucking shit up.
Mhm.
Like what would normally be a decent, fairly good penetrating beam is all fucked up because of the fog, and it's difficult to even though Orion's only say 5-10 feet away from you, he's still got that kind of foggy look to him.
Is there anything we can do to get back to the rest of the party? Because I think we're kind of separated, right?
Well, everyone just kind of ran into the fight, so
All right, I'm gonna cover his back to make sure no one sneaks up on us, and
all right, good idea.
hold on to part of his shirt just so I don't get lost.
Sure, you get knocked off eventually as he's struggling to put on this vest, but like, yeah, no problem.
Okay.
And then back up to the front, Matthias, you're kind of creeping your way along the wall, feeling it with your hand, as trying to make your way backwards towards the people you know. Sorry, I'm just thinking for a second. And suddenly, the sound around you dims, so you can't even hear anymore.
Is this a familiar feeling? Like
Vaguely.
I'm.
It's never comfortable whenever you felt it.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna stop, push her and myself up against the wall, and pull out a knife in my free hand.
okay. And something slams against you, like hits you in the center of the chest. Not overly hard, but definitely hard enough, like, like say fucking a volleyball or something like that, like with that kind of force, or a basketball, I guess.
Did it hit me and fall straight down? Can I see what it was? Like an actual object?
You can't see shit.
Well, reach, squat down and try to grab whatever the hell hit me and fell.
Yeah, you can. It's a head.
Nice. I'll just throw it away from me. And
You don't know whose head.
yeah, no, I don't. I just.
It's not yours.
But yeah, that's at this point, that's all that matters. And I'm just gonna continue.
And it is male, so it's not the chick next to you.
And it's not my kin, so I'm just gonna keep working my way down, because at this point I can't tell who
You
it is.
can see a glow kind of wobbling around back a ways.
Knowing that's the direction of where we came from, I'm gonna head towards it.
As to what it means, you're not exactly sure, because all you can make out is really the glow.
Yeah, at this point it's a source of direction for me to go, so I'm gonna.
All right, fair enough. And Quaid, I'm assuming you are going with your plan and just kind of, melding against the wall and disappearing.
Yep. Back
Um,
back off. Blink out invisible, and then just stand quiet, listen.
there's no roll for that, is there?
No, that's an automatic.
Okay.
Unless someone's
I can't-
hostage to look for him.
So that's basically it. He can't move with that. It holds as long as he stands still and doesn't break it.
Sure. Up ahead, Quaid, you can hear the gunfire start up again. I'll let you roll a intelligence plus firearms if you'd like, to kind of try and identify the type of weapon at least.
Okay.
All right. I see you. It is only one gun, or perhaps two of the same make and model.
Is this aim fire or automatic fire? What?
It's automatic. Like it's automatic with calculated precision. Like it's not just a spray. It's like 6 or 7 rounds, stops for a moment, 6 or 7 more.
Hold tight. Listen.
And then after all that, then one single shot.
Probably bad news for somebody.
And Junior, way up ahead.
Mm-hmm.
You were scrambling to go look for. You want to take on a Tremere by yourself?
No, that was my secondary. If I've got a bit of an eye on Matthias, I'm going to be making my way over to him to make sure that he's aware there are
You
more
can't see
vampires.
shit.
If I can't see shit, then I'm going to his last position and hopefully trying to encounter him there.
All right. It's difficult to walk because there's bodies laying on the ground and shit. Like, you know, the ground's uneven. There's different sized bodies with gear on them and guns and crap laying on the ground.
That I do understand with my rapid reflexes to help try to maintain my balance as I'm moving
Sure.
through.
Okay.
And make my way to where the stairs were as to where Matthias was heading to, and maybe take a few steps up on the staircase to see if I can get my head above the fog, or if this fog is completely filling the room.
The last you saw, it was completely like it was kind of from that side tunnel. It was kind of rolling in and to just fill the room. Like it was very odd and not natural.
Yeah.
As to how long that'll take or how much of what the leaderage of fog is, you have no idea.
I'm also hoping once I get a few steps up, if it's not any better, then I'm just going to leap back, use Soaring Leap to go back the way that, in the direction that I came from.
All right. So you start slowly making your way up the stairs. You can't do anything quickly here, you know,
Nope.
just simply not being able to see. And being careful because you don't know that one of these bodies that you're tripping over might be Matthias.
Mm-hmm. Just do a quick head check or face check.
Okay, Orion. You've loosened this vest enough that you've kind of half slid it off the body. Like you can spend another turn to put it on, or you can just fucking fling it over her shoulder. Up to you.
No one's. I haven't heard anything near us.
Nope. Well,
Yeah.
beyond Vivian right by you.
Right. No, I'll take the time to put it on.
All right. So Vivian, it looks like Orion's taking time to get dressed.
He's putting on like a. What's he putting on exactly?
Like a military style vest with like magazine cartridges along the front of the vest. And it's extremely heavy and awkward because it's got ceramic plates in it.
I think I'm gonna like ditch it and go. Is now really the fucking time?
Yes.
Just hurry up. And I'm gonna like help him. Like, is he taking off his shirt or just putting it on over?
No, he's just putting it on over top. They're
Yeah,
designed to
he's
go
gonna
over
help-
top.
I'm gonna help him.
Okay, it's awkward with your pistol in your hand. You can tuck it in your waistband or something like that. It's still very awkward to put on because it is way heavier than what you'd expect it to be. And there's these, like, large, I guess you could say, ceramic plates in the back and in the front of the thing
Bumped her up, so we'll.
that make it difficult. Usually you put the vest on and then you put the plates in afterwards.
Oh.
I'm gonna
let's
put
just-
it on and then hide behind him.
But on the upside, you've got fucking body armor.
No,
So there's
she's
that.
no, she's really up there.
Considering part of my body's been melted off already this evening, I need a little.
Alright, fair. Fair. I mean, you're not new to this.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop it from being awkward, though.
Yeah.
You got to kind of hand. It's easier to do yourself. You got to hand Vivian the rifle, though, so you can put your arms through the armholes. And basically, the way you do it is you just put your arms inside of it, and then you just get your head in the big hole, and then you just put your arms straight up and let it fall down on top of you. Which means you're going to go probably about 30 seconds with zero ability to see.
Sounds great.
It's not, but it's what you got to do.
Yeah.
So, Vivian, you're now holding an assault rifle with a flashlight on it while he's got his head inside a vest.
I don't think she knows how to use it, so she's going to hold it very awkwardly, like towards like the mist.
Well, you can hear the gunshots coming from deeper in the room. Same thing Quaid heard. Of course, you can't identify as to, the details of it, but you still hear the shots.
I mean, like, I'm not gonna just start shooting in the mist. I don't want to hit anyone, so she's just gonna hold it and be ready.
Fair. Well, I'm just letting you know that you hear it. Like, you are not alone in here. There's still shit going down.
I figured as much.
Oh, she seems to be too loud. You tell me, is she too loud?
And okay, that brings us back up to the top again. We'll start with Matthias. You were trying to make your way towards the glow?
Yeah. I know, awkward as shit.
Do I want to be an asshole?
You already are. I mean,
I think the term is a polished asshole or one with a nugget.
I turned her down a bit, so it should be all right. I see the glow, and I know that's the direction. I'd still use the wall as a reference point. If I would,
Right,
I'm not running
line towards it.
No, I'm not gonna run. God knows, if I'm tripping over bodies and shit, no, I'm still using a wall as a guide.
All right. And so you make your way. You're probably about halfway to it. Let's say that. You're also dragging this woman behind you, trying to make sure she doesn't run off.
Probably.
Which she fucking would if she wasn't terrified and not able to see.
Yeah, I'm keeping, like, I'm looped in her hands are bound behind her. I'm looped in her arm so she can't get out, and I'm just kind of like.
Yeah, you've got to hold the zip ties.
Yeah.
And and Quaid,
Probably.
you're against the wall. You can see this glow kind of off to your right, further back.
Is it moving?
A little bit, like it's wobbling, like you know, it's not going anywhere, but it's kind of wobbling in this spot.
But it's back behind me.
Yeah.
I'll begin to ease that way. Stealth.
Can you do that with your Fusque?
No. It'll
so
drop.
you're breaking in Fusque? Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pistol in the right hand. Kukri in the left hand. Quiet. Moving toward the glow.
All right. And Junior.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. You can suddenly see.
As in the fog's lifting?
Like it's gone.
Oh shit. In my split second of immediate surrounding as the fog just pretty much dissipates, Is there anybody beside me that's looking at me?
No.
I'm going unseen passage immediately,
Okay.
so I can move back toward where the rest of the party is, and I'm doing right where I'm at, which is probably by the stairs. Whether a few up or I was just starting to come off of them. I'm now looking for where the fuck Matthias is.
You can see him kind of creeping his way along the wall, maybe about 20 yards away from Vivian and Orion.
Turned him up.
Okay.
Orion's head is in a vest. He's trying to shrug onto a vest.
Whatever. What the fuck to that? But is anybody taking a solid aim at Matthias or anyone else at the back with
No.
like Orion with his? No.
No. There's not many people left standing.
Beyond our coterie, who's left standing? that I would
Jordan, Luca, there's a couple Nosferatu that are kind of scattered around. And Kashif. Kashif is coming out of the tunnel, the side tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
He's wiping off his sword.
Okay. And those are the ones. How many do I not recognize? Is there like 2, 5, 10?
None. You recognize all the people standing.
What the fuck? Where did they go? I'm gonna look down to one of these corpses at my feet. Do any of them have like glow sticks?
None of the ones at your feet. You'd have to go further back. Like your guys, your mercenaries did not make it in very far.
Okay. I'm just gonna take a quick peek over because it looks like to me that there's no more immediate threat. So I'm just gonna do start looking around on some of these corpses for some glow sticks on the front, and then crack them and drop them.
None of the ones by you. The ones by you look like they're dressed in like ill prepared for combat. Let's say, like I don't want to say robes, but kind of robish kind of attire.
Mm-hmm.
With like assault rifles and like it's all very kind of odd.
Like people that should not be holding guns or holding guns. And
right. And they're young too. Like visually, like, you know, the like
20s?
maybe like students, like early to mid 20s.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna start scouring the floor and taking a look down the hallways.
All right, and we'll jump over to Orion. Your head pops out of the vest, and you can see clearly. It's obviously an enchanted vest.
Oh, really?
Really.
That's cool.
Yeah. Your head pops out, and you can just see. There's no more fog. Well, you can't see in the darkness, but you can see the flashlight. You can see Vivian clearly. You can even see faintly, like what looks like Matthias dragging some chick along the wall towards you.
Nice. He'll stand up, take the rifle back. He'll tell Vivian, keep covering behind us. I'm gonna try to start slowly backing up and let our people get to us.
I'll back you up how I can.
Just don't go too far.
If you back up any further, you're going to be going back down that narrow ass tunnel.
Yeah, no, she's staying on his ass.
All right, fair enough. And Matthias, you kind of breach the light. You can see clearly inside the light now. You can obviously see that it's Orion that's holding a rifle with a lighted flashlight at the end of it.
I'll tuck the knife and then bring her in front and then kind of group up in that section.
All right, same with you, Quaid.
Am I able? Am I able to see people in the light of the rifle?
Mhm.
I'm going to ease up and join with the group. Look around. I guess scan in a circle. Do I see anything else? I understand it's dark.
Nothing. No, you can't really see anything else, but nothing appears like odd as much as like the pitch blackness of this tunnel or this cavern rather is not odd. That sounded terrible. I'm sorry. The grammar on that was awful. Let me rethink that.
Unusual. Period. Out of the what was already weird. I think that's what he's
He's
trying
not
to get at.
unaccustomed to lack of light in the tunnel.
Right. Like it just seems dark. Like you know anything could be in that darkness, but it's not like it's not an unnatural darkness. I guess would be the best way to put it.
Hello,
Okay, I'll buy
darkness,
that.
my old friend. Come to speak with you again. Sorry.
As you're walking along, you pass a couple more soldiers with rifles laying on the ground. Like there's easily a dozen rifles laying on the ground with flashlights on them.
Holster the pistol, sheath the kukri, pick up a rifle, check the magazine.
This one's
Pick up.
half empty.
Okay. Take a couple of more magazines off of the guy on the ground.
Sure.
Replace the one that's in the rifle with a full one. Make
Alright.
sure what I picked up fits. Stick the two extras in the waistband of my pants.
All right.
And move up toward the rest. Toward Vivian. And I say,
And you can see Jordan kind of making her way back to you guys. Like her arm is kind of hanging loose in her sleeve, like obviously like dislocated or something like that.
we are an obvious target moving around with these lights, guys. If there's anybody here with ill will, they ain't gonna be hard to find us.
I don't think there's anyone left. They ran.
Maybe.
Well, the benefit to them seeing me is that I can see them right back.
I managed to snap a few of the soldiers out of it, but they ran after Key, who went after the people who were running. And she kind of, with her good arm, motions back towards the stairs.
We should probably be backing them up. Pull it together, people. We need to get up the stairs.
Are those flashlights easily detachable from the gun, or are they screwed on?
You kind of look at it and you're not sure.
Yeah.
And Orion, you see him looking at it. You know, like the little button to press to release the flashlight.
You should be able to release it, and you should be able to.
Yeah, I'll
turn
show
on
it to
and
him.
off.
Yeah, just so Orion just grabs your rifle and just pops the flashlight off and hands it to you.
Okay. I'll just use that as a stepping stone so I don't trip on bodies working
sure.
forward.
And as you guys are making your way forward, you connect with Junior. Junior, they all have lights now.
Junior's kind of checking some of the bodies as you guys come on up.
And about maybe 10 feet away from Junior is Kashif, who's sheathing a sword. Junior, you get to one of the mercenary bodies, and you can find like a handful of glow sticks on him.
Sure. I'll grab those glow sticks and
Chuck them around the room.
yeah, I'll break them just in the four corners of the room, so to speak, and then put one or two to the top upper area where the catwalk was, where that crazy bitch was, just to kind of lighten the room up.
All right. You can see now. You can see now you could see where the work lamps were placed. You could see there's a platform there that she was standing on, and in behind that platform, it looks like there's another tunnel.
I'll look over to Kashif. What's Kashif up to? He's just tending his weapons and whatnot.
Yeah, he's just putting his stuff away and kind of looking around.
All right. Make my way over to Matthias, and Matthias, whoever that female Tremere was up at the top there, she's taking the back tunnel back down.
We still need answers. Let's go chase her
Yep.
down.
All right. Everyone has some glow sticks or lights now.
I think everyone's got at least a flashlight, if not glow sticks as well.
All right.
I don't think Vivian got one.
Or she can easily bend over and grab one if she wants.
Not fair. I'm just gonna grab one off the ground then.
All right. You want
Yep.
just a flashlight, or you want the rifle as well?
I think she's gonna try and hold the rifle.
Okay.
Good
It
fashion
feels
accessory.
cool. Like, it feels very what's that fucking movie? Very Scarface.
Say hello to my little friend.
I give her some pointers on the right way to hold it.
Yeah, it's bad. The way she's holding it is like she's not even holding in the shoulders, like she's holding it like, you know.
She looks very uncomfortable holding a gun.
Maybe a shot or two goes off. Just
It's
handle.
surprisingly light, Vivian. Like looking at it, you're expecting this hunk of metal, and you pick it up, it's like 7 pounds.
Yeah, Orion, shows you like you're a brand new soldier in one of his squads from way back when.
I think she's gonna turn to him and go, "How I look," and like point the gun at him. Not having no
Oh,
gun
no.
safety.
No. Point it away.
Oh. Sorry?
Only point it at something you want to shoot.
Okay. And then finger in the trigger it all the time, right? Just be ready.
Quaid stomps over to
It's kind of
Quaid
awkward
stomps
with
over
the
to
nails.
you, and he basically snarls at you. Don't point it at anything you don't want to kill.
I'm
And then he
not
looks at
gonna-
her hand and he says, "Get your booger hook off the bang switch. Safety's here." And he reaches and he turns the safety on. He says, "If you need to fire it, flip this back this way and then put your finger in here. Otherwise, point your finger straight ahead. And don't
Perhaps you
point
should
the damn
take her to
thing
the
at any
range
of
on
us.
your own time.
I just don't want to get shot in the back. That's all."
You could Sarah. You could Sarah a bullet or two, right?
Let's move, people.
So who's leading the way?
Definitely not me.
All right, so Junior kind of looks around, and everyone's kind of staggering with their lights and looking up. So Junior just starts walking forward up the staircase with his
Quaid
blackened
goes with
eyes.
him. Quaid goes with him.
All right, you guys pick your way up the top of the stairs. Junior,
Mhm.
do you have? I actually need to look at your character sheet.
Okay.
I'm ugly. That's one of my flaws.
That doesn't help me.
We all knew it already. It's fine.
Laws.
I think you
Daily.
look just
I guess. Shit. I guess let's do a wits plus intelligence or investigation roll,
Wits
or
investigation.
intelligence plus investigation, either or.
I'll do intelligence. It's a bit better.
All right.
I'm not too witty.
Just him or both of us?
Him.
I see.
Wow. All right. I see you.
I see you too.
All right. So both of you can see the tunnel, and it looks like it's partly demolished, but
Fresh?
kind of.
Hmm.
Junior, you can see the walls have been picked and hacked at,
Okay.
and masonry like with tools.
If Quaid's right by me, I grab his collar very aggressively, and as I'm looking up toward the ceiling, I tell him, "There's a
This
lot
isn't the
that's
ceiling. This is the tunnel.
yeah." They're all as he's doing his eye around the ceiling, like looking up and down and doing a long look down this tunnel. Grabs him and just while he's still looking out of the side of his mouth, there's a lot that's been done to this tunnel. The people down there are students. I think the Tremere have been using students or people here doing God knows what. There could be a lot of traps and a lot of shit down this hallway. Keep your eyes
Wade,
peeled.
give me a wits plus awareness.
Where's Bouchard in all of this?
You don't know.
Out ahead of us somewhere.
That's right. That fuck stick went
Um,
invisible and disappeared.
As Junior draws your attention to this, your eyes fall onto a box with drills and fucking pickaxes and shit. Like various other construction implements.
I point at it.
Damn, good eye.
Hmm.
Is there a bank vault? They know something's right around here for this. What the hell? I know they're looking for an artifact, but they gotta.
They've got some kind of inside information, or
Yeah.
following a map or some kind of directions, or they're just banging holes in the walls hoping to get lucky. I don't know.
But what the hell was that miss back there? Why the hell did it disappear? Yeah. I'm not a
Oh.
thinker. I'm not meant for this.
That
I
was
have
very
no
much them. Kashif kind of speaks up.
Do you
He's dead now. And he kind of smiles.
Junior kind of squints his eyes a little bit and does a half nod a couple times. All right.
Is there any consideration in the fact that we walked into one trap already just now and we're about to walk into another one?
Do you
That's
want to leave?
very much be the
Yes.
case.
I mean, I think we have enough evidence to show that Tremere are up to no fucking good.
We got to try to capture one.
We have
What
one.
happened to that
We
one
have
bitch?
a runaway.
Right.
I mean,
Dude.
daughter of a former prince seems like a pretty good catch.
Seems like the perfect catch. Grab her, get the
Bargaining
fuck
chip.
out of here.
And
Did
go
anybody
where
see what-
exactly?
Did anybody see what direction Kui went?
Jordan just points down the tunnel. Went that way. He had a few soldiers with him, and they booked it down that way.
Need to catch him. He went down that hallway for a reason.
Well, we back his play, or we bail out and take the prisoner out and don't lose her.
I say we bail, tell the Camarilla what's going on.
And what do we tell them? Exactly.
Yeah.
What we saw.
It's a wild goose chase for an artifact of
No, it's it's open warfare at this point. Wild goose chase or what?
But you said it yourself, these are students being used to dig and search. These aren't Tremere. This is that search party that Daphne was speaking of. Is this not?
I have no idea. I just know that we were recruited to be part of this party, and there's liable to be blowback if we leave them twisted in the wind. They may need backup bad. I hear what you're saying about the traps, but we've already had people go through there. It's just not to say there's not stuff in there that hasn't been set off. But
Is that tunnel collapsed, you said?
Yeah,
Or is
you're not
No.
wrong.
it?
No, it's they're digging for something all down this tunnel. They know something's here and they're looking for it hard.
Do we think maybe we're in over our heads and need to
Nope.
recuperate?
I just think we need
Always.
to I think we need to move on and see where that push them out of here at least, and we need to secure this area.
yeah, just move up. Be cautious. Don't touch anything with
Yep.
you don't have to. And
Matthias, you up for this?
Still need answers.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
let's go.
All right.
All right.
Junior
So
starts leading the way down the tunnel.
Junior and so I take it it's Junior and Quaid leading the way.
Yep.
And then who's after them?
I'll kind of.
Matthias and the prisoner in the middle.
Yeah, I said I'll go sandwich with Orion and Vi behind.
Jordan
Yeah.
Chief will take up the end,
Yeah, that's a great end.
Yeah, I'll be in front of them.
and that's just the lazy GM there.
I mean, they're also the good ones to assault and defend as well.
So as you guys make your way up, you can see with the flashlights, the tool marks of pickaxes and whatnot on the walls. They've obviously been expanding this. You kind of make your way over chunks of stone and masonry and whatnot. Excuse me. I can stop drinking tea. It always gives me like hiccups. And you make your way down this tunnel about 50 feet. It turns sharply to the right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gonna slowly peek the corner.
Okay, the tunnel goes down maybe another 10, 20 feet, and you can see a wooden door that's been smashed open.
Toward us or away from us? Like it's been blown inward to where we
yes.
are, or out? Yeah, okay.
Inwards.
So this is beforehand. All right.
And you can hear voices inside. Occasionally you can see Key, like he's obviously pacing back and forth.
I'm gonna kind of mutter to people behind us, "It's Key," and hurry up the pace toward that broken down door. And then slow on approach, and with a hand up, just kind of call out, It's us, Key. We're behind you. We're on the other side of the door."
Coming
The
in.
argument going on in the inside stops as you guys kind of make your way into the room. Inside the room, you can see Luca kind of leaning against a wall with a cigarette, just, puffing away, scowling at Key. And then you can see one of, Quaid, one of your brood mates. You can't remember his name off the top of your head. You've bumped into him in passing. He's in the room, kind of like making himself one with the wall, looking very uncomfortable. And looks relieved when you guys walk in. He stops pacing as you guys announce yourself, and he looks in your direction, and a look of relief crosses his face. His back straightening slightly. Good. I was beginning to think that we were the only ones left. I'm glad to see you guys made it out.
Yeah.
In the center of the floor is a circle that's scorched into the floor. One of the fugitives that we were chasing stepped on this and disappeared.
Was it that tall, slender female?
One of them we couldn't tell in with the fog and everything.
That fog was something else. Fucking Tremere.
We've got a prisoner.
He kind of looks at you and smirks. Like, it's sort of a restrained smirk. Like he's gritting his teeth as he's smirking.
Okay.
So do we. And he kind of nods over to the far end of the room, where you see Aisling Sturbridge, naked, chained to the wall. Deep wounds score her arms and chest and abdomen.
Holy shit.
Blood kind of slowly dripping down her wounds, snaking down her body. We should leave before it's too late.
Explain this, please.
Was that Luca?
No, that was her.
Oh, Aisling?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was bound and naked.
Yeah, she's like chained by steel chains to the wall.
And she said we should get out of here.
Yeah. She's not super jazzed.
Sheriff, did you find her like this? Or was this
Yep.
interrogation?
I'll take a look at Luca and
You know, the
see
chain's
her
probably
reaction.
Here.
Lucas stares at her suspiciously.
Luca,
What?
thoughts, please.
Probably the same as yours right now.
And what do you suggest we do about it?
I don't fucking know.
Get the woman.
Take her and bring her with us, I guess.
Get the woman some clothes.
And Key's like, we're not fucking staking a Primogen.
Not staking her. Get her some fucking clothes, and we shall take her
Yeah,
with us.
let's get her broke loose and get her the hell out of here.
There's clothes in the back of the room on our way out of here with some of the downed.
We will take this to Corliss.
Clothes, blanket, whatever.
Junior goes over and does what he can to.
As you
break
go
her
over, you can see like a table beside her with several vials. There's a box there, like a wooden box, and inside the box are several glass vials filled with a dark red liquid.
I won't
Just
make
take a
any-
lot of imagination to figure out what was happening here.
Mhm.
That answers one question. Jeez.
Under the casually tossed on the table are her ripped clothes. Like obviously nothing was gentle. Nothing about what was done to her was gentle.
Is there any obvious way to get the chains off? Are they locked? Are they what?
There's a locked with like, not like a handcuff lock, but like, you know, something a little bit more old, like a kind of like a handcuff key, but only older and thicker, and you know.
Manacle keys. Yeah.
Does
Lady, do you know where they kept the key? Were you able to see?
No. And she looks over at Key. You have to listen to what I'm saying, James. You're not seeing the bigger picture. You know not to call me that. another word, and the stake that's been in his hand is he just flips it over.
Junior's going to take out one of his smaller lockpicks. It's been a while since he's played with an older lock and try to pop this lock here.
All right, give me a Dex plus larceny, please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got nothing for fucking handcuffs.
Oh my god, I just noticed that one of those successes was the critical. Messy critical.
Mm-hmm.
I really need to pay closer attention.
Wake
That's
up.
why I was like, I grabbed Quaid fucking really hard.
Okay, so it's an older lock, but the thing with older locks is the mechanisms are larger and they're older, and you pop off the lock, freeing over one hand, which immediately goes to preserve a bit of her dignity.
Mm-hmm.
And you pop the locks off her ankles and her wrists.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and I'll there's enough firepower in this room. I'm comfortable putting my back to her and give her that dignity as well. And I'll kind of grab the torn clothes as something. I don't really have anything else. I'll even take off my jacket for her if she needs it.
Yeah, the shirt she was wearing was an elegant shirt, like a silk shirt, and it's ruined.
Well,
Wearing
she's got
that
a
down here, that was her first mistake.
well, she's got a nice dirtied Carhartt fucking work jacket now, so.
And she kind of pulls it over, and even though she's in this disheveled kind of state, she kind of pulls herself up straight, and you can't help but see the primogen in front of you. Like, she is powerful. Especially now that all the cuts on her arms and legs and her abdomen have all been covered up.
And then Junior's going to take this box of blood, because I'm sure we might be able to figure out whom's it is.
Can I
Just trying to fucking
look?
blood bond the primogen here.
Can I look around the room and see if there's anything else, papers, signs of?
Or it's hers.
Could be hers, but
You see Orion's
not
eyes staring at the box for a little bit too long, and then looks away.
Junior just double checks the latch that he's put on it to make sure it's latched.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of padded on the inside, so like, they'll rattle together a little bit, but unless you throw it, they won't smash.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Is there anything in this room otherwise, like documents, any papers, a desk?
No.
Is it just her chained to a wall in an empty room?
Just her and the blood in a circle in the center of the room.
Is it dried? It's a dried blood circle?
No, it's you can't really tell what it's made out of because it's scorched.
Okay.
It's kind of scorched inwards.
Is this something we need to break to disable, or what do we do with this? Pointing at it.
Chief kind of, he's been eyeing it up ever since you guys came in the room, so much that he didn't notice the blood that Orion did. And he's like, no, I think this is one way and it's been used. Potentially it could have been both ways, but it was, you could tell by these scorch marks here. And he starts going in depth, talking about power, physical force versus the Burton Vitae and space-time continuum and all sorts of shit.
Okay, we'll get the classroom breakdown later. Let's head back to the palace, and
Quaid simply makes it a point not to get within 15 feet of the ring.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's time to get out of here.
If there's nothing else, let's backtrack and get the fuck out.
Yeah, there's no other path out, right, other than the way we came.
Right.
Okay.
Well, we will bring her topside and I'll interrogate her. And Luca's like, no, we bring her to Corliss. And he's like, no, she can speak to her after I'm done speaking to her.
No, she goes to Corliss.
The hunt is my jurisdiction.
We're talking about Primogen.
Doesn't matter.
Then why don't you include Corliss in your interrogation?
Because my methods are my own. She gets the results afterwards. If she wants to speak to her afterwards, she can speak to her as long as she wants. But the hunt is mine.
How's Ashlyn? How's she taking it?
She's just watching it, like just totally emotionless.
This isn't the time or place. Let's get top surface. Let's get out.
Are we getting the fuck out of here finally?
Get out of here before they come back with reinforcements.
Exactly.
Finally, a good decision.
So we will pop her up the same spot that we brought her in, and then we'll take her to my van. Luca's like, fuck no. That is not what's happening. We're taking her directly to Corliss. Corliss is acting prince. Yes, but Corliss is not prince. Very distinct difference there. And at this point, Ashling's looking a little bit annoyed. This is a waste of time. I'll answer whatever questions need answering. I don't care. But first, you must listen. Elysium is under attack. The Anarchs have waited for you to send all your forces down here before they moved in.
Oh, hell. Okay, double back. Let's go.
She just wants to, don't panic. She just wants to distract us like the other one did. And how the hell would you know what's going on topside right now if you've been down here shackled? Your story has more holes in it than you do.
Let's stop talking and start walking, please.
Well, Junior starts walking down the hallway that led into this room in the first place.
All right.
No, this Primogen talk, I does not want to be caught with a single backhand in his direction. Malicious or not. I'd like to live. And Junior starts making his way slowly back the way that we came.
I'll walk out after, bringing Daphne with me.
Kashif is kind of staring at Ashling, his hand resting on his sword, just fucking hatred in his eyes. And Key walks up to Ashling, hands behind your back. He's carrying a couple of zip ties in his hand. I assure you that won't be necessary. I wasn't asking. As you wish. And she kind of puts her hands behind her back and he zip ties them. And he pushes her ahead as you guys make your way back through the sewers, through the skinny tunnel, back through the other tunnel, all the way back to this the ladder where you guys came down. Takes you probably about an hour to walk back. And who's leading the way?
I'll take it.
All right. And you poke your head above the manhole cover, and poke your head up, and you're almost blinded by the red and blue lights that are flashing. And as you kind of poke your head up, you can see the area around the manhole is all cordoned off as quote unquote crime scene. And there's an officer standing by the manhole who just reaches down and offers you his hand.
Climb out.
As you climb out, you can smell the smoke. And slowly, as you guys slowly make your way out, you can smell the smoke and whatnot. Somewhere, something's burning.
Gonna walk out to the sidewalk and look up at the building.
All right. Yeah, the building's on fire. There's fire trucks there. You can see the flashing of the fire trucks and whatnot. Obviously, this area where you guys are at, where you pop out the manhole, there's no problem here. There's no crime scene. Officers just help you guys out of the cars, and they immediately, as soon as Key pops his head up, they help him take the prisoners, put them in the back of a cruiser, and they offer Key the keys to the cruiser.
So he's taking Daphne as well?
Yeah, he's taking all the prisoners. Another cruiser pops up, and a SWAT van pulls up, and they start taking with an ambulance, and they start taking the leftover mercenaries, of which there's like 5.
I'm gonna find some authority figure, fire captain, or someone that looks like they know what they've been here, and see if ask if anyone's been hurt from the fire.
As you make your way over to the scene, something else catches your eye.
Oh, snap and look in that direction.
The horizon is reddish orange.
I'll immediately go back to the group and go, it's time. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Sign up.
How far away are we from anywhere for safety sleeping?
The coteries, 20 minutes.
If you step on it, you might make it back to the Haven. You should. As long as traffic's not too bad.
I'll drive like an asshole and blow everything to get there.
Well, fortunately for you, a couple cops are like, we'll take you back.
Please and thank you.
And, they open the back doors of the cruiser for you guys and throw on the sirens, and off you guys go. They discuss the logistics with you of bringing your car back during the day and that kind of thing. And drop you guys off the haven as the crest of the sun is starting to crack the horizon.
Go inside and go down into
There's enough time for you guys to have a conversation if you guys want.
Yeah, well, even if we're in the basement, there's no windows, I assume.
Right.
I'm just gonna get down there and just collapse into a chair and just look at the rest.
Okay, so you make your way inside. Matthias's shoes squelching as he makes his way across the bar floor. Someone's gonna have to clean up that mess. At the same time, even Quaid can't completely disappear because of his, this squishing.
Yeah, Junior kicks off his leaves his pants and boots down one of the alcoves outside of the haven, like a little bit down for a homeless guy to take if he wants.
Right.
And yeah, not walking in with that filth.
Fair enough. So Junior walks down the stairs in his underwear.
Mhm.
And Orion and Vivian make their way down the stairs. Vivian immediately disappears into the shower.
Yep, you know me.
And comes out like 5-10 minutes later in a silk robe. Somehow her hair is perfect. She wasn't in there long. There's enough time to talk shit about her if you want to. And then she comes out.
I think I did pretty good, to be honest.
Well, that was fun.
Mm-hmm. You could say that again.
That was something.
That was fun.
Junior looks at Orion.
He smirks a little bit and then winces.
I hope we'll
Gives the box of blood to Matthias, and I think your boss might be wanting this sooner than later.
yeah, I'll find out what the hell happens tomorrow. Right
Wait,
now.
you're giving it to Orion?
No, to me.
Oh, okay.
No, Matthias.
I was like, what?
No,
It's like, that'll be gone by morning.
Thank you. I'll make sure it gets in the right hands.
Mhm.
Thoughts on tonight?
Shitty.
Literally and figuratively.
Well, we know Boston's got some type of interest in this place. We know what they're looking for. They're after some really ancient old artifact.
And Sturbridge was right. The anarchs were doing something because the building was on fire.
But if you're going to commit war on a city, what's wrong with hiring a couple of mercenary groups to add distractions? So, no doubt the anarchs took some pay for some fun, because why not?
Why do I
Now
have
we
a
have
feeling
Anarchs and Tremere to worry about.
why do I have a feeling we're going to run into Ward tomorrow?
I'm surprised we didn't see him tonight.
And he's probably busy topside, making sure his people are going to be fine.
And the way he's been speaking of it, befriending the prince, I doubt his group of anarchs is responsible for it. Just a gut feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, he hates Corliss. I wouldn't put it past him.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the home of the prince that he has sworn loyalty to.
She's not there anymore.
Not now.
Now, first off, the only reason we think it's the Anarchs is because we've been told it was by one source. Sturbridge may be right. She may know exactly what's going on. Although I think Clee's question, you've been down here chained to a wall, how do you know what's going on, was a pretty good question.
And
I
what's
think we
this
can
about?
safely I think we can safely conclude that Sturbridge is not in alliance with the Boston Tremere, given the state we found her in.
And then you've got that Daphne saying that the Seneschal knew that the Tremere were doing their thing, even with
Yeah,
permission.
that's another set of questions that need to be asked.
It sounds like the Seneschal wanted it to happen.
Maybe.
I mean, they don't like the Tremere any more than anyone else right now.
But
Well, I don't
distraction
know
to
that-
take over power, right? It's a power play. It's a bold move.
Sturbridge has always been anti-anarchs from, I believe, the last time when they interviewed the entire council. She was very open about blaming the anarchs. So
Do you think the Anarchs are fed up
Well,
because of that shit?
so is Corliss, and they may have something cooking between them, or there may actually be an anarch attack. My only thing I'm saying there is that we don't know at this point for sure what happened with that.
agreed. It's all
Yeah, I
speculation
feel
right
like
now.
as always we have more questions than we started with, and very few answers from tonight.
Yeah, but we've got more puzzle pieces, and a few things are getting a little more definite. It'll be interesting to hear what Quee has to say after his interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope we can actually speak to him tomorrow instead of, not talking to him for like 3 days.
Yeah. My position on that is that I think that the investigation is squarely within his area of power. I certainly wasn't going to say that with Sturbridge in there. No way I'm getting in the middle of any of that shit. But somebody needs to be asking questions, but I don't entirely trust the sheriff either. Like I said, it'll be interesting to see what we hear from him.
Let's take this time to heal, recover, and then we will reach out and try to get some answers first thing tomorrow. Anything anyone else wants to say?
Anyone who has a cell phone, it starts buzzing. Like, that klaxon, like,
Like an Amber Alert kind of thing?
yeah.
Pull up my phone.
I'll pull it out.
Yeah, same.
A terrorist attack downtown, suspected terrorist attack downtown, avoid downtown or Manhattan for the immediate future.
Let me go start the car.
What?
What?
Are we gonna go
It's
check
ti-
it
it-
out?
It's daylight.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
daylight right now? I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Sun's coming up.
We went home because the sun was rising. We need to go and deal with this tomorrow. So put that out of your mind. Recover. Orion, I'm glad you're not seriously hurt. Thank you, everyone, for your part.
No one got shot too bad, right?
No, Orion, I think, was the worst of us, anyway. So let's go to bed and we'll pick it up tomorrow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good night. And I just get up and walk into my chambers and shut down.
Quaid looks down at the rifle he's holding in his arms and says, "Well, evening's not a total loss. I'm up at H&K 416."
Do you want the one I have?
He pops the magazine out, works the bolt, catches the shell when it comes out, heads to his room.
I'll take Vivian's.
Please, I would not like to hold this any longer than I have to.
Quality weapon.
I'll keep one and sell the other one.
All right, let's take 5 minutes before we start on the next night.
Oh boy.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Yep.
Well, that led to an interesting end of the combat from last week's session, so let the drama unfold. Really am curious to see how it continues from here.
Welcome back.
Yoo-hoo.
Here too.
Are we all back, or
I think so.
I think I've heard everyone but
I'm here.
TDC.
Oh, I'm here.
Great. That's everybody.
all right? Then let's start rolling our rouse checks for the next night.
Oof, Quaid.
Was I the only one that succeeded?
Looks that way. Looks like everyone but Orion was a little bit shaken up by the previous night's events, leaving them with a restless sleep. The reasons vary from person to person, and whether or not it's Vivian's uncomfortableness with the physicality of the situation, Matthias's stress over the what the situation could mean. Quaid's distrust of the entire situation, or Junior's curiosity as to what was actually happening, what were they looking for, and how can he profit. Meanwhile, Orion, being used to war zones and combat heavy areas from his time serving overseas, slept like a baby.
He just dreamt of that
Yeah.
box of blood.
Yep.
Yeah, how does healing aggravated work?
You roll a what's it? One rouse check per point of aggravated, I believe it is.
That the
Over the course of, like, you can only heal one a night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're gonna go with that right now. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I just don't want to get into it.
Okay. So I roll 1 right now then.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Wow.
Well, even though you fail your rouse check, you just get hungrier due to the blood surging into the wounds and your body healing.
Okay. So it still does heal 1 then.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Failing a rouse check never means that you outright fail. It just means whatever you're doing costs
Makes
blood.
you hungrier. Yeah. Gotcha.
Hey, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Vivian could wake up a little bit early and try and like research the situation downtown before like everyone else? Because I don't think she slept at all.
Well, she would have slept. Like, the death is like calls. She can't avoid
I mean, like,
that. But
good sleep. I mean, like, I don't think she got any
well,
good
yeah. You know, as to whether or not her mind was racing the entire time is a totally different story. Yeah, I don't see why not. What is your humanity?
Still at
Is-
max.
Can you make a humanity roll? Is the question. Yes, you can. So make a humanity roll.
I did.
All right. Yeah. So, that because of your. Wait a second. Something doesn't look right here.
Is that not
There's
correct? Did I fuck
That
up?
is yes and no. There's no way that you have 10 humanity.
how was
I was
humanity
gonna
scored?
say that is not so right.
Like 7 maybe. 7 would be reasonable. But this is fine for right now.
Yeah, we never rolled our remorse for the stain we had from that night of feeding.
Then you want to do that now?
I don't have any humanity marked except for that one cross, so I'll roll it, but
You should have 7. I
7?
believe is starting humanity.
So you just hit remorse test then.
Mhm.
And once you get below 4, it gets stuff happens.
Well, don't you start looking more like a vampire the lower your humanity is?
Why
Not
did I only roll
really. You start acting more
3?
feral. How's
I
there's only 3?
I don't know. I have 6 humanity.
And that doesn't make something's wrong there.
Does your hunger subtract
No,
from your? Okay.
no.
my dots were locked, so I put 7 on there again, so instead of 9. But
Yeah, and 7's good, and all you succeeded, so all your stains are removed.
Yeah.
You are sufficiently remorseful for your actions.
He rolled 9 dice.
I know. I had. If you do want me to re-roll it on with 7,
No, it's fine. You know what? I'm not
Sorry,
too
I'll
worried
just, I'll
about
just
your
say you
loss of
borrowed some of
humanity
mine.
right
you could have a couple of my dice.
now. The only one that really concerns me is Trent's.
That is
Like-
that is weird.
It's bizarrely low. Let me take a look at your character sheet here. Maybe it's the way that you.
How is humanity actually counted or scored?
That's a
What do
good
you mean?
question,
Like, how do you?
'cause mine's sitting at 10. I'm not sure.
Because I never had it marked up. It was always just 10 empty squares, and except for the one stain that I had. So I had to unlock it to mark it.
Okay. I see what I. No, that doesn't make sense either. I was gonna say that Trent did it backwards, but that's not right.
You had the mark on the. I'm just gonna roll this just as at a test.
Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah,
it would have been because with a stain subtracting 1, I would have only had 3. So I think it is backwards.
No, because we would have had 7, so only 3 should be marked.
Oh, okay.
Right now I have seven marks. I have the mark on the 7th box, and then I have
So
3.
these are like quote unquote wounds on your humanity is the way it's tracking it on the sheet.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
yeah, that
we
makes sense.
should have 3 marks if we have 7 humanity.
Right.
Huh. I don't
Seems
think I've
to be that
ever,
way.
Troy, I don't think in our other game we've ever done a humanity.
See
Like
that is with 7.
We
Question,
have.
why
this
did I
is-
have to make a humanity check?
Because waking up is basically how in touch with humanity you are. Like how in touch can you shake off the curse of Cain?
That makes sense.
Whereas these guys went and just murdered people in cold blood last game,
A couple games ago actually, but yeah.
or a couple games ago, whatever. And because murder is bad.
But if you open up my stream, you'll see in my character sheet. To get to 7 dice, I marked the 3rd humanity, and then there's 7 unmarked. Therefore, I had 7.
Yeah, I'll
dice.
double check it later. Like this seems to be working the way it is now. So we'll go with it. Either way, you both succeeded, so the stain was removed.
Perfect.
Sweet.
Which tells me that we should be doing a lot more of these, and we will be.
Zoinks, Shaggy.
So
just
yeah, there's Vivian. There's not much in the papers right now. Just a lot of confusion. Police are doing an investigation. There's extensive damage. Suspected bomb, or maybe several bombs went off. They're not exactly sure yet. Police aren't saying very much.
Okay.
There are casualties, but the casualties are being kept until the families can be alerted, so on and so forth. The usual shit that you read, like nothing stands out.
Okay.
So yeah, so you awaken, you kind of turn on the news, and of course in the local news, this is all that's playing.
I think
Do
in
a little
news,
bit-
and I think I messaged a few people about it to get like up to date
Yeah.
on what's happened.
Messaging people is the worst thing you could possibly do in New York City. Somebody said terrorist in New York City, and everyone's like, blowing it way out of proportion. Like even above like you being supernatural, even above your wildest, like, and some shocking, you figure out some shocking things about some people that you know. Like they're shockingly racist.
That makes sense.
But I mean, like, yeah, and it's in the heat of the moment, it's kind of like, well, it did happen before, and we could blame these people. Logic dictates. Whether or not that's fair or not is a totally different story. Even though from what little information you know, it is very incorrect. That is if Ashling was telling the truth. So it's a totally different subset of people that you can blame. And even calling them people is questionable.
Okay. I think I'll relay this message to the group once I get everyone up.
Yeah, it's a lot of confusion, and the police aren't saying much.
Okay.
Though, if Ashling was correct, then no news will be released till tonight. As
Okay,
you
I
know,
think-
he has a sway over the police department, and the police department's probably waiting for to be told what to say.
I think I'll wait for the news to come in. Like, I'll get the TV on and the news ready for when people wake up, just so we can all be up to date and not.
Yeah, okay. You
what's
can
happening.
go out to a corner and pick up or go upstairs and pick up the paper. There's actually people here drinking. And it's, of course, a topic of conversation. Like, people like, they're going into work late or they're going into work drunk. A lot of, oh, no, not again. Kind of things.
Could I feed in this meantime? I haven't gotten to feed in a bit, and I'm 3 hunger down.
You can certainly try.
Okay. Where's my predator type? Siren.
Difficulty is 4.
4.
People are not in the mood. People are still like, it's still COVID, even though this disaster has happened.
Charisma plus subterfuge. Five successes.
All right, you managed to pull somebody aside, in their sorrows and their in need of comfort. Somebody who lost a loved one to 9/11, and they just really want a little bit of that human contact, and you are more than willing to offer that. Well, human is questionable, but how much would you like to take off of them?
2 would be safe, right?
Yeah, 2 in a bar, 2 would put them like they're really fucking drunk. Whereas 3 would be on the verge of hospitalization.
I'll do 2.
Okay.
And then if I drink a third one, it'll kill them because I need. You always have one, right? You can't get another one.
Yeah,
Someone.
correct.
Yeah, correct.
Unless you kill him, yeah.
So I think she'd like to avoid that.
Well, what is her emotional state right now?
Probably distressed and stressed out because she's mad that the Anarchs were right, but also mad that the Anarchs decided to use that against them and plan an attack, or allegedly. And she has history with the Anarchs, so not a big fan of them.
Why don't you give me a frenzy roll?
Sure.
Just to see if you actually do stop. Because this is the one constant, the one pleasure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you do. You are tempted to kind of keep drinking and just drink your problems away, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in the back of your mind, you're like, well, no, that's going to create another problem I don't want.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't do a very good job of aftercare with this guy.
No,
Just kind of leave him in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And you feel the same, just less hungry.
Mm-hmm.
At least you're not attacking this problem on an empty stomach, as it were.
Mm-hmm. I think she's still pretty stressed out about it, though.
Sure. That is no problem. And you will make your way back downstairs where you can hear shuffling in people's rooms as they start arising for the evening.
I'm gonna start waking everyone up.
think Matthias.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I said I think when he gets up, he'll get dressed in a somewhat normal suit, and
Okay.
I think he'll go up to the office and just take a moment, and then start reaching out to see.
The office, you can see like somebody's gone through the office, and it's like, you know, there's a newspaper on your desk and some notes have been taken
I'll just go over everything
regarding what happened during the day, which
Yeah.
you get pretty much the same information that Vivian got concerning Vivian's notes.
Okay.
So not much of anything at all. There are some photos and whatnot. You know, of course, you know, people snuck photos and video and whatnot. And the only thing that you can see is the building looks more or less fine, except the windows of the Elysium floor are gone. And the pavement below is littered in broken glass and what have you, like an explosion happened.
Yeah.
Interviewees are just kind of like, oh well, like there was, because of COVID, there was no one really downtown to see it. Not in a financial district. Anyone that was there is kind of probably up to no good. Like not thieves or anything like that, but probably drunk or cheating on somebody, or, you know, violating New York's very strict COVID laws. And slowly but surely, the rest of the coterie trickles up into the office.
I'll just have my cell phone on the desk, staring at it, and wanting to reach out, but waiting for everyone to arrive.
All right. Does anyone not go? I guess is the better question.
Junior probably takes a few extra minutes just after the previous night's sewage hopefully dried and caked off in the crevasses he couldn't normally shake off, for a quick rinse in the shower and a fresh change of clothes, tossing out the old set.
The old set are sitting in an alleyway, or they might not be sitting there anymore. Like, you know.
It's done, including the ball cap. That's why he wore the ball cap, didn't care about it. So might be a ball cap sort of week, so might need to grab another hat.
All right.
But yeah. And
The old
put on
I Love New York hat.
Yeah, I Love New York hat with some Carhartt. I'll be fucking rocking.
Quaid showered, fresh clothes.
Wade showered.
Yeah.
All right.
I think when Vivian woke up, she took another shower.
Yeah, of course you did.
I figured the showers without a
Yeah, I
statement.
showered the night before.
All right, and everyone gathers up in the office where Matthias is sitting behind his desk with staring at his cell phone.
You heard anything yet?
And the TV is on, and, you know, it's just like this nonstop reel of, like, you know, security camera footage and, like, you know, pictures of the building.
Typical
and the
news
glass on the ground.
revelry of like, this happened, we don't know, this happened, we're looking for answers, this happened. Typical news.
The president has contacted Iran, and Iran no one is claiming responsibility.
The ISIS does not claim responsibility of this attack. No, I'll just sit there and I'll look up and go, no. And I'm debating on who to reach out to first.
We know Key and Luca weren't in it, so I feel like person to call would be Eden.
Well, I don't think anyone's going Tremere hunting today.
Considering Luca's generally always around Eden and she was with us last night, makes me wonder. So
Should we call the sheriff?
that was my toss-up, Sheriff or Eden.
I think sheriff's a safe bet.
Mm-hmm.
He might know. I imagine he knows what's going on at this point.
Then Matthias will nod and pick up the phone and dial the sheriff.
Okay, you get a busy signal.
I won't leave a message. Hang up.
Okay.
I'll try Eden.
It's not unexpected. The morning after a supposed terror attack, cell towers are going to be overloaded.
Yeah.
With Eden, it just goes directly to voicemail.
I'll just hang up. Call.
Well, Eden doesn't carry a cell phone. Like her office.
Yeah.
There's.
I'll call.
Is there
I'll call Luca.
a backup Elysium location?
Huh? Not like this. Nothing like this. It's an art gallery.
Yeah. The
Different art gallery that was bombed the night before?
No, that was not the art gallery Elysium.
Do you want to just go there?
Yeah. Let's just. I'll get a service and have a car come out and another giant Lincoln Continental something or as whatever, something big to fit us all comfortably.
Two
Navigator,
bombs in as many
escalate.
nights. I wonder if they had a buy one get two free, or buy two get one free.
Oh, they're just cashing in on the stockpiles they have at the moment, maybe.
The other Elysium we've never visited as a group.
The art hole
It's a small art gallery, like independent art gallery, in northern Manhattan, like sort of midtown, called the Art Hole. Kind of swanky place that it's small. It changes looks like every month, like drastically. This month it is well, it's been closed because for obvious reasons. But there are several cars parked out front. And it looks busy inside. You're guessing half the kindred of the city are in here.
Oh god, this is prime target right now.
Yep.
Not
That's
that
why
I'd
I'm
be
wondering
target.
if there's a. That's why I'm wondering if there's a bomb number 3.
Yeah. And if we're not here, it's gonna point to us.
How about this? The three of you, Junior, Wade, and Orion, do a little perimeter check. Kind of find some spots, overwatch, see if there's anything out of the ordinary. By and
Yeah,
go
I'll
in.
go to a building across the street, and I'm gonna get as high as I can and keep watch until I
Sure,
see
you
you
find
guys.
a fire escape in an alleyway that you can, your typical New York fire escape that you climb your way up.
Yep. I'll take my time to start it up because I do have soaring leap and rapid reflexes to help out with scaling that fire escape if I
Sure.
need to. Just less prying eyes the better, and make my way up to the ceiling. And once I got a good bird's eye view of the front of this place, I'm just gonna hang fire there and take the
All
time
right,
now to
you
kind of
make your way up to the top. And in this particular rooftop,
Mhm.
it's got like the giant air conditioner on top, and people. It's got the little doorway that comes up, like the stairwell comes up, where
roof access.
little
point.
brownstone rooftop deck.
yeah, there's no deck up here, but like you can tell by the can that people come up here to have cigarettes and that kind of thing.
Yep. A couple of smashed up beer cans here and there, and
Right.
Yeah.
There's a little tubes up there, like ventilation tubes from the washer and dryer and what have you. And you're not the only one up here.
Oh,
shit. Someone I recognize.
Oh yes.
Hello,
Okay.
Ward.
Who's this lovely face that I walked into?
Robert Ward is sitting up there,
Couldn't even
just smoking a cigarette, watching.
Yeah, I'll be on the ops. It's too late now. Just yeah.
Yeah, as you kind of make your way up the fire escape, like you're not quiet, but you're not loud either. And he's kind of watching you as you come up.
Mhm.
And
Hey,
he just kind of holds his hands up in the air.
I do that half hesitation of being somebody I'm not expecting and get ready to drop with the realization as to who it is, and I'm fucked anyways, so I just kind of finish
Each
climbing over top and take a breath and
he holds his
not
hands
to
up
work.
in the air, kind of like, I'm not armed.
Yeah, I put my hands up, I pull my jacket back so we can see my 6-shooter, and I'm not reaching for it. It's gonna stay put.
He
I'll
just
put
kind of nods and he's kind of sitting back on like one of the central air units
Mhm.
where he could still see the street, but it'd be very difficult to see him.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go halfway toward the edge of the street, and I'm just gonna just give me a quick sec. I'm just letting them know I'm up here. And I'm gonna look down toward the street and give a little hand wave down to the whatever quarter is hanging down close to the front of the Elysium there. And then I'm gonna look back toward Ward. And so, is there gonna be another explosion here tonight?
That's what I thought.
That's why I came up here, just to check.
And I figured that the fingers would be pointed at us.
Mm-hmm.
My people are sitting tight. We're just
Oh.
kind of watching, expecting the blame to come our way.
I'm pretty sure there's already somebody pointing a lot of fingers toward you guys.
Mhm.
Of
already.
course. I wasn't even going to come at risk that somebody would find me.
Yeah,
But
I get it.
you just had to know. You know?
Yeah, there's going to be blame coming towards you guys, just so you're aware. And just because I feel like sharing some good information with you. The Tremere, we're down below where we went on a little sneak and peek last night.
Really.
Yeah, we got one. Not too helpful.
He kind of shrugs. None of my business, man.
So they're up to. I know you're powerful. I know you're a primogen, but there's something that's really bugging
I
me.
ain't a fucking primogen.
Whatever. I'm new to this city. Are you aware of what the Tremere are doing in this city, or
No
no?
fucking clue.
All right, they're digging and they're digging hard for an artifact, and I mean an ancient artifact. And I'm not talking Native American. I mean something else. That anything come to mind with you to that? Junior kind of scratches his chin.
He pulls out another cigarette, lights it off the tip of the one, and then throws the butt of the dead one off the roof. Who knows? There's so many art exhibits that come through this city, and need I remind you the history of the city?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that long ago that not so friendly folks had control of it.
They did.
So who knows if they left something behind. But if they did, it's sure's fucking good.
Mm-mm. And be careful of Harlem. I lost some good friends over there. I'm assuming they're lost because I haven't heard anything since.
Heard some shit was going on up there.
Mm-hmm.
Word on the street is they're back. Or maybe they ain't never left, who knows?
I know that's word on the street, but the thing that the Tremere are looking for, it might be that instead.
Maybe. Wouldn't be the first time wires got crossed.
Mm-hmm.
I got bigger problems to worry about than fucking Tremere right now.
All right. Well, I hate to take up too much of your time, but I'll leave you at your corner and I'll be at my corner. And before I do you have an extra cigarette I might be able to have? Yeah.
He fishes the pack out of his pocket with 2 fingers and tosses the pack at you.
Take a cigarette, light it up, toss his pack back to him. Thank you. And Junior makes way to the other corner of the building on opposite of where Ward is, and just puts most of his focus toward the street down below.
Orion's gonna circle the art hole building, see if he sees anything out of place.
No. I mean, it's out of place that there's fucking people here.
Right.
But beyond this place, the businesses are closed,
Hey,
shuttered.
Lexi.
It's very easy to spot somebody who doesn't belong, and there is nobody.
Come back around front and just kind of shrug at Matthias.
Is Quaid do anything, or is he just we just trolling together?
Quaid's doing the circle around the perimeter and just generally scoping things out.
Same thing.
I think while this was happening, if everyone's kind of split off at the same time, I would have offered my arm to Vivian and walked in like a, quote unquote couple, and then made our way around just to
There is easily 40 plus vampires in here. And
Are we talking high society, like Primogen, or are we talking just regular
no, we're
kindred?
just talking just the people. Everyone has questions, and no one has any answers. And you hear it's the Anarchs, you hear it's the Mortals, you hear it's the Sabbat, you hear it's fucking the Prince is dead, Corliss is dead, the Sheriff's dead, Corliss and both of her child are dead.
Someone tells this to you.
Well, yeah, that literally happens. Like it's just there's so many rumors
I'm doing well,
circulating.
Lexi, thank you.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time role playing it because there's just so much information, and
Yeah.
it's just flying. Like the assumptions and the rumors, like it's worse than high school.
With Matthias's social circle and the celebrity tag, do they all recognize him and start grilling him for answers?
Some people do. They're like, where's your sire? Like it's actually uncomfortable and aggressive. Like you get backed up into a corner. Like, where's your sire? Who did this? Who's responsible? It's just about, I know it's just about, you can't keep secrets from me. Like, I know.
He'll just calmly listen and not react one bit. And if he doesn't see anyone of importance, he'll just leave.
Yeah, there's no one of stature is here.
It's just gossip circles. So he'll walk Vivian out and meet up with Orion.
It's
and
gossip on the verge of panic.
Which I mean, I myself understand. Matthias is just like, it's like every day in the waiting room of the fucking Elysium.
Yes, except this is vampires, so it's a little bit more intense.
Yeah.
And at one point, you are not the only one to come to the conclusion that this place would be perfect to bomb. And, some people just kind of go literally running out of there. Like somebody drops a glass and like 5 people bolt for the exit.
So they come for the safety numbers and freak out when the smallest thing happens. Yeah. Well,
you need to understand, like the Elysium was attacked.
Yeah. No, I
seat
get
of
there.
Power.
I get where the people are, where the kindred are at, and why they're reacting this way. I'm not prepared to handle it, nor do I want to deal with it right now. So, like I said, I'll have Vivian at my side, and we'll just walk out and meet up with the rest.
I think everyone's comfortably on edge, understandably on edge.
I agree, but we're not going to get any answers in here, and it's all going to be everyone. If you hear everyone just blaming each other, or guessing who's
yeah,
at
but
blame.
you even got accused of not being you. Like you're an Nosferatu, or you're a Tremere, or you're a Sabat infiltrator.
Because I actually showed up.
Yeah.
I chuckle at that and just walk out. Apparently, I'm a Nosferatu.
I feel like our quarter are becoming the normal ones in this.
Well, you look really good for a Nos, I'll say that.
Well, they don't believe that I actually showed up, to the art hole.
You're dead.
It's amazing how
we've been body swapped, replaced.
How many stories I heard in there of who's dead, who's not, who's to blame, and every which way from Sunday. But
your office was blown up.
Yes, and the structure of power is blown up, but there is no one of importance that we need to speak to in there. It is just the revelry of the kindred and their gossip and panic. So,
try to impose some calm, or do you want to just leave?
There's no imposing calm there. If I start discussing anything without facts, it's going to be a million questions with no answers. That's just going to create more chaos. So I'd rather just walk away. Hell, a few of them thought I was dead.
I mean, you are technically dead.
Sometimes.
I was in the floor. I was on the floor when the bomb went off, basically. Dead. Not dead. But yeah, you know what I mean.
All right. Police station?
Junior sends a text message to you, Matthias.
Good timing on the ching. A little bit tone.
I'll gather the group and in a small circle whisper, it's just Junior asking if he sees Ward, if we should fill him in. So I was curious if he's seen him, because
Troy, is Ward still kicking around?
Yeah, he's still sitting up there.
Okay. Hey, hey Ward, do you mind if some of my mates come up and say a word or two? Discreetly?
If they come to talk, we can talk.
Yep. Yeah, talking.
If they come for anything else, I'll throw them right off this fucking roof.
Nope, it's talking. No one's in a state to do anything stupid. All right. Just give me a quick sec. And
he kind of moves to this stairwell, like the brick building that encloses the stairwell, and puts us back up against the wall. And he pats his pocket and goes to pull out another cigarette, and he doesn't have any more, so.
No. All right. Yeah. Junior just kind of mentioned. Probably just gonna have Matthias and maybe somebody else.
okay.
I think they want to ask some questions. I'm not the best as a messenger, so.
So
they'd like to talk to you, Ward.
And I'm down there going, he just texted to keep my hands in my pockets, come up the fire escape with one or two. So, who feels like coming up with me?
Who do you want?
Well, I guess information's king, so.
I'll go.
Okay.
Queen it is.
Queen it is. Hope you don't mind climbing up the fire escape.
I'm not a damsel in distress. I can climb up a fire escape.
She's held a gun now.
I'm held an M16. I'm ready to do everything.
Well, maybe not everything, but I can hold M16 now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'll tell the guys just to walk around the neighborhood. Just do what you do best. And I nod at them and like out of respect, and I'll throw my arm out and see if she takes it. When we go across the street, like we're just crossing the road normal.
Let's go.
All right. And you guys climb up the fire escape, this rickety old fire escape, and you make your way back and forth, zigzagging up the building.
You know, this is not the weirdest place a client's taken me before. Believe it or not.
I actually believe you.
It doesn't make it any less gross.
I kept my opinion to myself.
It's much appreciated.
And you guys crest the building, or crest the lip of the edge of the building, to see Junior standing there, smoking a cigarette, across from the ever-imposing Ward.
Good evening.
And Ward, he's watching you guys, but he's scanning the other rooftops like his eyes do not stop moving.
If you're looking for the rest of my coterie, they're down on the street, keeping an eye out.
There's no ambush.
I kind of find
Better
it
safe than sorry.
I understand, and I kind of find it funny because my first reaction last night going to bed was, I wonder if we're gonna walk and run into Ward today.
You came to me, I didn't go to you.
I understand that, but we just happen to be in the same place, not by accident. So be it.
It's nice you're not trying to kill us for a change. No,
I never tried to kill you. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead.
Trust me, he did not try to kill me. He's right. He could have killed me, and he didn't. So.
And Troy Jr.'s just keeping an eye down at the street back toward the front of the Elysium.
All right.
I just wanted to actually see how you're doing in all this, because I'm sure the blame's coming your way, as it's already crossed my ears, and that room down there is quite a haven of bullshit.
Usually is.
How you holding up?
Oh, we're fine. Just waiting for this shoe to drop. Waiting for the camera lad to make the biggest mistake they've ever made in their fucking lives.
That would be...
Go after you.
I think they learned their lesson of the first blood hunt.
We ain't involved, but we fully expect to take the blame for it.
That's my understanding, and I have no reason to put the blame towards you. In my eyes, there's no evidence pointing towards you, period. You've been more beneficial and helpful to me and my coterie than my own sire.
A lot of Camarillas, too.
Your sire's a bit of a cunt. No offense.
Yes, she is.
But she was loyal. I don't know if she still is or not, but she was.
To the prince?
And his eyes kind of go back, almost as if he's remembering.
Were you two ever friends? Eden and you? Or were you always with Panhard?
Friends is a strong word.
Okay, acquaintances. In the same room and acceptable of the situation.
There was a time where I was primogen of the Bruja.
What happened?
I quit.
He was done with politics.
My clan left. I hung on for a little bit. Callahan left. I was the remainder. And just just couldn't anymore. You get
Do you
people
regret
like
it?
no. You got people like Corliss there. Again, no offense. You know, pulling their clan bullshit. And when I got no backup, because my clan's left, kind of puts me in an awkward spot.
I understand. I think obviously I'm not in your shoes.
It was only a matter of time. But I worked it out with Prem Panhard. We were friendly. It's conversations between us. And if it goes any further than us, I will kill you.
I have no reason to call you out, point blame at you, or alert that we've even had a discussion.
We stayed in touch over the years. You know, sometimes friendships cross boundaries. But it wouldn't look good for either one of us if people knew. Looked bad for Panhard. Looked bad for me. You know, consorting with the enemy or whatever they call it. We just wanted to be left alone. City's more than big enough for all of us.
Do you think of us as enemies, Ward?
I don't really have a choice.
The
I was never given that option.
The group you're with were they sort of unwrittenly protected by Panhard? Left alone?
We tried to move our respective groups so they wouldn't conflict against each other. We tried to meet like maybe once every month, a couple months.
Were they obviously in secret locations like the sewers, or were they on...
Oh, wait. We had a code when she needed to talk to me. She had a code that she put out there. And we'd have a prearranged meeting spot.
Out of curiosity, I'm assuming you've tried to respond to with your own code to try to reach out to her in this time?
Right.
And no response.
Ever since that fucking warehouse incident, I fucking tried. Nothing.
No sign of her ever showing up at this arranged spot you have?
Well, she called me out there.
And she didn't show up.
Didn't show. Waited there for a couple weeks.
And that dedicated to her?
Was that warehouse what we first met you, the spot?
There was a spot that time. Spots moved all the time. Can't,
Of course. So that's why you were in that warehouse. You were waiting to meet with Panhard.
Yeah, after about a week, seeing that kindred activity in the area, which I presume was you guys, I called in a little bit of security, just to be sure.
Yeah, we were just moving into the neighborhood, as far as we were told, it was unclaimed, and instead of getting a handout in Manhattan,
The Rumor has it you've got a little bit of competition.
In Hunts Point?
Not Hunts Point directly, in the Bronx, though.
There's a lot of talk about the Bronx.
A guy by the name of Torque seems to be making friends, making some moves.
Does that name ring a bell to me at all?
Nope.
I don't know the name.
He's a gangbanger. You know, usual. Seems to be a little bit more patient.
Trying to rise above his station.
Not necessarily. I don't even know if that's true. I know Callahan's not overly impressed by it. But he hasn't rocked the boat enough for Callahan to get involved. That and Panhard didn't want a conflict happening across the city.
So Torque's been there enough to know that Panhard knows about him.
Well, yeah, of course. It's her fucking job, ain't it?
Indeed.
Besides, I've heard that Callahan and Panhard talk too.
And where did Callahan go off to?
Staten Island, I'd imagine.
Was it Stanton?
Yeah, he's always lived there for as long as I can remember. Too much of a pain in the ass for the Camarilla to get on boats and go get him. Not enough money down there for them to care.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, Panhard ran a tight ship. She just wanted peace.
You and Callahan get along?
We see eye to eye, usually.
When was the last time you saw him?
A month ago, maybe. I don't have any reason to stick my nose in his turf. He ain't got no reason to stick his nose in mine.
Like, answers my next question. If he has any reason to raise a stink.
Not that I'm aware of. If he did, then Panhard probably would have crushed that. That's with the brutal efficiency that she has. Where is she anyways?
Panhard?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we were tasked to find out.
And no leads, nothing.
Everything leads to just questions. When we try to poke around the Primogen, half of them blame you, half of them blame the Tremere, the other just...
All of them want her chair.
Yes, the others think she's working fine, because Corliss, I believe for far too long, played that Panhard was just fine.
Makes sense.
To be honest, from the moment we met you in that warehouse, We already knew she was missing. So how long before that, we don't know. And if
He just motions down towards the Elysium.
I stop and peer over the edge.
You see what happens when you give them a little bit of information.
Yeah. I mean, if you call that information, they thought I was dead and that I was Nosferatu walking in that building. They're scared, understandably, because the ones in control are not in control anymore.
Half of them probably think you're Sabat.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And if you mysteriously go with me,
Good night, Dawn.
no one's going to shed a tear.
As they shouldn't, as I'm just this little childer.
Funny that. Why would Corliss put you in charge of something so important?
Because we are who we are. If anyone of importance questioned it, they would be taken serious. We've been brushed off as it's rumors and lies, and brushed aside like as if it was nothing.
Clever cunt.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, all I can say is keep your head down.
I know that that I talked, of course, like, you know, me and Callahan talk, even if not in person, we still talk. He says he's got nothing to do with it, and I believe him.
I believe you. Everything that I've seen with my own eyes or have heard with my own ears, I have no reason to think you're part of it. You have anything to do with it.
But he knows you're looking for them. And he wants answers.
Callahan does?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's... Maybe the rumor I heard is true.
Which is?
A very quiet rumor. Very quiet. Understand?
This stays here. And I look at Vivian and I get closer, so even maybe Junior doesn't hear. Depends on how far he is.
Junior's a bit away from you. He's toward the corner, and his eyesight's down on the street below.
So
I won't tell a soul.
We'll step forward so we can be quiet, so only the three of us hear it.
Heard he was fucking her. Or her or him.
Interesting.
Of course, if that were to get out.
That's a lot to get out.
That's... wow.
It'd be bad. It'd be real bad.
Agreed. This panic will be the tip of the iceberg if that were to get out. And you have it on...
All those little fucks would descend on your precious tower and rip you limb from limb.
Agreed. And it will stay silent.
Not to mention what my people would do after they were done with me. That would rip the entire goddamn city apart.
Is the boss worth talking to, or is that barking up a wrong tree?
Probably barking up the wrong tree. For now. When he gets impatient enough, he'll grab you. And there ain't nothing you can do to stop him.
Well, then if you can pass him a message from me and say, I trust you and I trust your word to him, and I will happily have a discussion with him if he wishes so.
And he don't know that I know.
Does anyone know you know?
Not about the fucking, just we have crossed paths and we are somewhat on the same page with Panhard. And this whole situation and knowing you aren't to blame. He is the Staten Island anarchist boss, Callahan.
Oh, okay.
So, if you can assure him we're not pointing any fingers at him, and if he wants to talk.
He ain't worried about the fingers.
What's he worried about?
The secret getting out. Because that's
Think of how that looks.
That's the end of him, us, the entire Elysium. This chaos, the city will fall to chaos.
Because that would mean, if it is true, and I trust my source, that would mean that the two of them are bloodbound to each other.
Holy shit. Really?
Possibly. I don't know what the fuck goes on in their bedroom.
That intense?
I mean, that's one way they handle bloodbound is, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, if they're fucking, they're exchanging blood. That would mean every decision Panhard has made has been influenced by an anarch. That means every decision Callahan has made has been influenced by the prince.
Fucking insane.
Shit's weird, man. I mean,
It's certainly time to be brought into this world.
That's
look at it. Did
insane.
Callahan, like, my clan was not always on the outs with the Camarilla. Not till, what, 10 years ago?
Yeah. Does the name Daphne ring a bell to you?
No.
What about Paladin?
Wasn't he Prince of Boston
Yes.
or something like that?
We found one of his children in the sewers.
Well, that don't fucking bode well now, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Could have been worse. Could have been the old Prince of Boston. Fuck, what was
What?
his name again? He was Malkavian. He had the redcoats and
Malkavian
everything.
Judge.
He was in charge since the founding of the city. His security wore redcoats. Believe it or not. That was fucked up.
Yeah.
Till he got his ass fucking killed.
How'd he die?
How do they usually die?
Chaos.
Diablerie.
Oh.
Ugh.
Did Junior say anything about last night?
Not much. You guys weren't around. You were busy doing a thing.
Do you know what we were up to?
No.
We were hunting Tremere.
Failing to hunt Tremere.
Dangerous game.
Yeah. It was very dangerous last night. But that's
Stupid is what it was.
just looking
Was
for
it
it.
stupid if they were responsible?
That's just it.
No,
We
just
didn't get
just
answers.
dangerous.
Comes the question, right? Who's responsible? Who did the shit? And I couldn't tell you.
I didn't expect you to have the answer. just being upfront with you that we are trying to get to the bottom of this. And I know you have no part of it. And I will be upfront.
And good luck convincing them of that.
I'm looking for
Fair
the
enough.
The
evidence.
owner
on the
clearly
edge.
had nothing to do with anything.
With the evidence pointing elsewhere, ideally, I won't have to
And then
try to convince them. The evidence should do it for us.
what evidence is there?
That's what we're hunting for.
They ain't gonna believe a word I say.
Hell, they barely believe a word I say, and I'm the one tasked with finding out what happened. We all are down there.
Where's fucking Key? Isn't he in charge of shit?
He's off doing key things. I'm trying to reach him, but cell towers.
Bastard.
Yeah,
His phone's probably ringing off the hook right now.
it was busy when I tried calling him.
Every single one of these motherfuckers calling him trying to get answers.
Probably. If I wonder if I should hit up a station and see if he resides at one to hide out.
He probably wouldn't be down there. Wouldn't make sense.
Yeah,
He'd probably be on the scene.
then to the office we go. Thank you for your time, and I wish you well. I do.
He kind of nods. Remember, this conversation didn't fucking happen.
What conversation? I'll nod at him.
And if word gets out, I blame you three.
You will hear nothing.
No matter who puts it out there.
I understand, and nothing will come off of our lips.
He kind of nods.
I'll turn and kind of give a quick whistle to Junior, and we'll head towards the fire escape.
Yep. Junior will stand atop the fire escape and wait for Matthias and Vivian to get a third or half the way down, and then give a look over to Ward and give a nod and head on down as well.
All right, you guys make your way down back to the car where Orion and Quaid wait.
Okay. Let's go stop by the Elysium and see if Key is there doing his job. For everyone here, as we pile in the car, the conversation that we just had on the roof never happened. We never saw Ward. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It was surprisingly cordial.
Yeah, sorry I didn't see him. Just in case I ran into him, I sent you that text, so
It's
all good.
no, I made a joke about it, and I'm glad we were able to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still very leery of us, and if any word comes back to him by anyone, our heads are on the block. So, just
Sounds fair.
to be fair, and I'm giving him my respect. And so,
Mm-hmm.
well, let's keep it that way. And thank you for understanding.
So far, he's been the safest bet to us, anyways. He's not
Ironically,
throwing us
been
to
the-
Premiere.
You're not
He's
wrong.
ironically been the most honest.
Neither of you are wrong.
What's going on in this place? Oh my goodness.
That's what scares me.
Mm-hmm.
I've dedicated everything to that office and that seat of the prince. To try to find the prince has been the hardest thing, and it's only going to get harder from here on out.
Absolutely.
So, one moment at a time. Let's go find Key. try to find some fucking answers. Maybe he got
Yeah,
some from.
see what's next.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you guys drive into Manhattan down to the financial district, to the tower where the prince's office lies, and around the office, like the plaza that the office is in, it's all cordoned off with police tape. You can see various press in there trying to, or not in there, but on the edges of the tape trying to take photographs. Meanwhile, cops are going in and out. There's still a couple of ambulances parked inside. Police cars.
I'm gonna drive up to the line and wave a cop over and ask if Key's around. See if he's on the take and knows.
As you fucking start walking towards a couple of officers by the entrance that's there, into the parking garage that's cordoned off, like you could see, like, you know, cop cars going in and out of there and ambulances and whatnot. You see a man, sort of really plain, nondescript man, staring at you, and he starts walking towards the car.
I'll wait for him to come by.
You find it hard to focus on him.
I won't. Yeah, I'm not. I avert my eyes and I look around the area just to see if there's anything else happening. Knowing
Everyone else seems to be ignoring him.
I'll just sit there patiently and wait, see if he approaches. And
Yeah, he approaches as you guys kind of get out of the car, because obviously you're not allowed down into the parking garage.
mm-hmm.
And he approaches the group of you. What's plus awareness for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that.
All right, Quaid and Orion. You recognize them, like the image kind of almost blurs, and you can see Kashif is standing there, walking towards you. The rest of you see just a stranger.
Kashif, that's what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Orion, I'll give him just a slight nod.
May I speak with you in private?
Is that to me or to Orion?
Basically, the group.
Sure.
And he kind of leads you away from the police officers and the press and, you know, all these people.
I look back
Not
at.
far away, like just kind of like, you know, around the corner kind of thing.
I look at the group and just kind of shrug, like, "Who is this guy?" It was Quaid and Orion who were the only ones that saw through.
Mm-hmm.
And just quietly follow him.
Someone we can trust, I think.
That puts me puts Matthias at a less on edge and just more okay. Ryan says we could trust him, then we could trust him, kind of thing.
And as you walk around the corner, when he turns to face you again, you all recognize Kashif.
Oh, good evening.
Hey, real quick, I don't remember who this is. Can you please remind me?
Banu Hakim, ambassador.
Okay, yep, I remember now. Sorry, there's a lot of names.
No, you're good.
How do you hold up, Kashif?
There are very few within the Ivory Tower that I can approach with this. But unlike most of the Camarilla, you all have treated me with respect.
Sadly, they nod at him.
And he looks Matthias dead in the eyes. Your sire, do you trust her?
To be blunt, at this stage, no, because I've not really had a chance to speak to her without being yelled at and given orders and sent on my way. Nothing adds up, even though my loyalty is begging to ignore all these red flags. I cannot.
Matthias said no, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've begun to see behind the veil. Permit me to further illuminate you. And he reaches into his breast pocket and pulls out a folded piece of paper and hands it to you.
I'll take it and nod to him and motion like to open it.
It is a handwritten letter between, looks like an agreement or a contract of sort between Corliss and Hazel Iverson.
What does this agreement read?
It's pretty thick in the wording as to what it actually is, but it is an agreement of sorts. It has to do with the Banu Hakim walking back the acceptance of the Banu Hakim within New York City.
So the agreement with Hazel and Corliss is to basically undo the Panhard's work.
And that is Corliss's handwriting. Or an intense forgery.
Who's Hazel Iverson?
I have never heard of that name.
I'm looking for her on the Kumu. I'm not seeing it.
But you have heard the name.
Don't tell me it's from Daphne.
Prince of Boston?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The current Prince of Boston, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um. Matthias, you
Mhm.
can roll a intelligence plus politics roll. Again, you're only skimming this document, so. All right. It's along the lines of if Corliss were to become prince, she would welcome home the Tremere and then walk back the agreement with Banu Hakim.
I'm ever so curious how you got your hands on this, because I recognize the handwriting. However, forgive me, I must do a deeper dive on this.
I've been forced into a corner. And he looks almost embarrassed. I've had to work with people I'd rather not associate with out of necessity. And that's all I have to say about that.
Are you needing help?
Oops. Are you offering it?
It all depends on how deep and how dangerous this can be. If there's failure and we're exposed, it cause an outright more chaos than it's good.
And he holds his hand out for the letter back. Once you're done reading it.
I'll skim it over a couple more times and look for any nuances on the lettering, if there's any obviously signs of like.
It's hard to tell because there's no tone to it. Like normally when somebody writes, like, you know, you're accustomed to her tone when she's writing a missive or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's a contract, there's no personality to it.
Is there a date on this contract?
No.
We don't know when they agreed to this.
Right. It's not a contract as, you know, as you would expect, like, you know, like a business contract, but it's just outlining the terms. And, you know, this is the thought. What was exchanged, you have no idea. If it's real, you have no idea.
I'll look at the others and ask them bluntly, what are your opinions on helping? I'm not even sure what kind of help you need there, if you need help.
I think that really all depends on what he's asking for.
What did the letter say?
Well,
I'll, sorry, where's it? Go ahead, Troy, before I answer.
in light of what you've seen, I would expect that you would assist me in removing the would-be usurper from the throne. In short, help me destroy Eden Corliss and recover Prince Panhard.
With that being said, I'll turn to the group and go, this is still holding in my head. I haven't given it back to him. This is a looks to be a contract between Hazel Iverson, the Prince of Boston, and Eden. That once Eden is named Prince, that she is to roll back the welcoming of the Banu Hakim and bring back the Tremere. And at that point, I just pause. Like, I get lost in the letter, and internally, I feel like everything just got crushed. And then I'll turn around and hand him back the contract.
And he tucks it away again.
How do you plan?
Junior kind of mutters, I think we already have some helping hands.
And how do you plan to besmirch this usurper?
What's the old traditions? Divide and conquer, or isolation? Who's closest? Who's the easy pickings?
We picked her up last night. She's been her number one supporter this whole time. Very vocal about it.
Mm-hmm.
So why not go to the Permagen with this? This is clearly the reason why the Permagen is in play, to keep the balance of the checks and standards with the Prince and the Council, correct?
One would think, but that is not the case.
You believe they're also tied into it?
I believe that they want the prince's throne. Prince Panhard made the agreement with my clan and invited us in. I have no guarantees from from the Primogen. I'm sure you've seen they've been just as divided about my clan joining the Camarilla and having a seat within New York City as anyone else.
Very much so.
Therefore, which one of them would become prince?
Out of curiosity, and this is more of a DM question, is Adeline Duran, the Archon, still in town?
You have no idea.
In character, I'll turn to him and be like, did you know there was a Archon in town?
Yes.
Do you know if she's still present?
I have no idea.
Because that is...
She's from Boston, no?
No.
No, she's from the Seven. She's from the highest of the high, looking to outright get rid of corruption. I owe it to the Prince seat to make sure that is done, because this is not right. Going
It
back...
seems I chose wisely that you would betray your own sire.
My loyalty is to the Prince. My loyalty is to the structure and the tradition and the history. She is outright defying the Prince and may be responsible for the Prince's disappearance. So, sire or not, your words are correct. She is a usurper.
Chief, do you trust Ophelia in this?
Of course. She's been my rock.
If
And is
I'm...
that whom you got that document from? Sorry for my asking.
No.
Okay.
She verified it.
May I ask your thoughts on my other kin, Luca?
She seems loyal to her sire.
Do you think she's blind by desire and can be swayed? Or if she's brought under the fold, that she will run and spoil all the potential surprise?
I could not say you would know her better than I, being of your blood.
She is loyal by the orders given. She's also been on the outside and considers me closer to Eden than she is. So I may.
But is she blinded by power?
Not that I've seen. She's
Or morality?
I've yet to fully determine that. I will like to determine that before I bring her. And I will guarantee you, I won't bring anyone into this that I don't believe has the same goal as we do.
Understand this. If word were to get to Corliss, she is ruthless. With the Archon in town, she will kill anyone who's a threat to her.
Yes, I'm very aware of what she's capable of.
Are you?
Having worked in that office, seeing just the political side, and seeing a little bit of the way she handles herself, including in front of the Archon. Yes, I believe her words alone will shape the desperation, the willingness to do anything to get what she wants. I, of course, won't compromise her name unless I can fully trust my own blood. Before that happens, I assure you that. Because, yes, if I just tell her outright, she runs to her, I'm signing my own death. My entire quarter is death. I will not do that.
You need to get her alone.
I would love to. As you see in these times, it's been a bit difficult, especially with everything that's going on at the event space a few nights ago, and now last night. Getting her alone and in a stable mind to talk freely is.
The stability of her mind matters little.
But her.
You need to get her alone and kill her.
He pauses on that and just thinks.
Is he talking Eden or Luca?
Eden. You go quickly, so quickly to death, will still leave questions unanswered of Panhard. And if she has her, if she's alive, where she is. Now I'm beginning to feel the task of...
In light of everything that has happened recently, I'm afraid if we don't act soon, Corliss will publicly declare that she is taking Praxis over New York, and then it'll be too late.
So she needs to die like now.
If we don't do it now, then she invites the Tremere back, and all is lost.
Mm-hmm.
If people found out we did this, we'll be dead.
Need to find a way to expose her so he becomes shamed and will never end up in that place of power.
Then we have to find the prince.
Yes, we do. The only potential instant way to do so is to get that letter into the hands of the Archon and let her do her business.
You trust the Archon
The Archon
to
is
act immediately?
yes.
No.
Gonna say, do we trust the Archon at all?
The Archon.
The
We're going to need to have a plan to effect, and basically looking for their permission to give them information without, where's the facts?
The Archon has the full-fledged ability of her predecessor, her
Sure.
to act as she sees fit. If she is the reason why, she's here to also find Panhard, or find out reasons why, and if she finds out that Eden is the reason, then she will do everything in her power to remove.
Princes are removed and replaced all the time. Do you think that the Archon truly cares about who is prince?
I believe tradition and the preventing full chaos to come to one of the oldest cities is in their right mind. More important than who sits in that chair.
Yeah, but a new prince gives the image of control, which the Camarilla is desperate for.
Mm-hmm. So maybe there's just an accidental fire somewhere, and then that takes care of that. And then the next problem is we need the replacement. We need to find the prince. Where's Panhard? That's who we need.
The trick becomes it is complex. Camarilla was never a close-knit organization. And since the Second Inquisition began, it's even less so. It's more like dozens of individual fiefdoms, all with their own rules, all paying tribute to shadow rulers and loosely force regulations. They have welcomed the children of Hakim with open arms, and that is true of some cities, but others are slower to adapt or entirely resistant to change. Prince Panhard was one of the few that extended an offer to me when I fled Alamut, and I am bound to repay him. Captors must be brought forth and punished, and I am an eager hand of justice.
Well, maybe it's time to get into Orlus's domain to find some evidence pointing to where Panhard is.
I think we'd all like to know where Panhard is at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hate to say it, but if I was Eden staging a coup, and I'm the one who got rid of the prince, she'd be ashes in the river by now.
And there'd be no evidence left.
I wouldn't leave her laying around in a box with a bow on it.
Maybe it wasn't got rid of her. Maybe the prince saw what was happening and dipped out for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can hope so.
Being held
guess.
captive somewhere by the Tremere.
I doubt it's held captive. I would more guess in hiding.
Something happened to her.
That's
What? I
it
don't
is.
know.
Oh, chances are there's something small at Corliss's place that she forgot to get rid of.
Regardless of which, Eden Corliss must die.
Yeah.
And soon.
Excuse me. I understand. I also want to find that evidence to lead to the demise of her. Because if we just attack her, I'm going to be called out. Because she, being my sire, could be just an act of. Couldn't even imagine what people would think of me.
Is your life worth more than and emotions to Orion?
No, we are.
Than his brethren? All of us?
No. My life is not worth more than anyone standing here right now, or their brethren, wherever they may be.
Then you know what you have to do. And that's where we'll leave it for tonight.
Son of a bitch.
Damn, bro. All right then.
And went from 0 to 100.
Yeah, you did.
All right, love it.
That was so good.
While you turning with your finger at the window.
So it's Brent who has experience or has the recap for next game. So we'll start with Trent for experience. What'd you learn?
Oh, let's see. Learned that the Elysium building was blown up.
Right, take a point. Die.
I learned that Ward and the Anarchs were not responsible for the blowing up of said Elysium building.
So they say. Take a point.
So they say.
Alex.
I believe it was the prince sleeping with the head of the Anarchs.
Take a point. Michael. Has Michael been trying to talk for like the last hour and just his microphone hasn't been working?
Oh, God. Hello.
Maybe.
I learned that the
There we go.
mayor from Boston seemed to be planning to displace the current Primogen. Or that there's some big power play going on there. I can't imagine that her being chained to the wall and drained of blood leads to anything good between the two of them.
Take a point. TDC.
The first thing that pops in my head is, I guess, fully learning that the artifact is real. Because that's also kind of a not really.
TDC.
I'm sorry, my push to talk was, I'm not pushing to talk. I was sitting there talking, going, "Wait a minute, what am I? I'm blammering."
What did you learn?
That Panhard and Ward were still connected and keeping in touch through all of the separation.
Take a point. Trent. What's really going on?
I believe that. let's see, what's really going on is that Corliss is making a play to become prince. He's got the backing of the Tremere of Boston, at the very least. The Prince of Boston, as well as the Tremere of Boston.
Yeah, it's kind of a bigger deal.
Right. Yeah, I think she is. I don't know if she's responsible for the prince being gone. She's definitely taking advantage of it and moving very quickly. But it seems premeditated, so it leads me to think that she was involved.
Have we forgotten about Alicia?
No.
The Toreador Primogen?
Mm-hmm.
No.
We need to.
Remember, before you go rushing in, go pointing fingers. There's a lot of moving parts here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're wrong or right. I'm just, refreshing your memory. So take a point, Trent, and think about it a little bit more. Tyler.
I think one of the fun points going on here is the Banu Hakim are trying to find a fall guy to help institute their plan to eliminate the Tremere and getting us to do their dirty work for them.
Did you catch my sneaky little thing I threw in there?
Maybe. But what I really like is I think the furtherance of that plan is with Ophelia being made aware of things to help bolster his Kashif's story, is that okay, we eliminate like the fuck now that blank. We eliminate Corliss on behest of Kashif, who's trying to maintain the Banu Hakim's status within New York and the Americas as not be seeming like they're the bad guys. It's this small coterie who knows they acted on their own, and then Ophelia can step in lieu of there being no Panhard once Panhard is still not located, even after we've done our due diligence and we tried and tried and just couldn't find her. I guess Ophelia can step in for the moment, and then we can get a further they could then get a further stronghold within New York and have a much better chance of getting rid of all the Tremere. And I'm not sure how that's going to play out with Boston, but something like that. So that's what I think.
That's awfully sticky. And who is Ophelia?
I'm bad with names. That name's drawn a fucking blank to me right now.
She's the Malk Primogen, who's in bed, likely literally with Kashif.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I'm like, they're bloodbound.
Hey DM,
Maybe.
do you think on Roll20 we can get like handouts for like the NPCs just so like quick reference
Absolutely
stuff?
not.
Okay.
That is up to you.
Yeah.
I'm not going back and getting all doing it. That's up to you guys. However you want to handle that.
We can also talk amongst ourselves and share information too, because I take notes. I think some other people take decent notes.
I just feel like I've dropped in on season 3 of a show sometimes.
This is season 1.
This is season.
That's okay.
I mean, I have all my VODs on my channel. If you want to go back and listen to everything we've done, it's there.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's what there's a few other things that I think are going on, but for me, for a hot topic, I think that's one of the hot topics going on.
All right, take a point. And you're touching on a couple things that people need to remember.
You were going down the road that my brain was going down. You got further than I was, but I was like, wait, this is torturing.
Convenient.
Yeah, it's very convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you also got to keep in mind who Ophelia is, what she is.
The crazy fucking Malk.
Is she crazy?
He's there.
Oh, she's fucking. She's fucking out there. I love pissing her off.
It'll make your brain explode.
So yeah, take a point. So Alex, the main reason I say no is because it's a lot of work. Me going back and
Yeah,
how
but it's
much do I
also a
say?
lot of characters that I have really hard time remembering all the names for. That's my issue.
Which is why I've said right from the beginning, take notes, even if they're just little point form notes.
Mhm.
And if
do you have access
guys
to
want,
the Kumu thing?
The Kumu
I
has,
do, but even that, it's still like a lot. Like it's really overwhelming.
Yeah, I like using OneNote for all my stuffs, and I just keep it separated by session date.
I just have tabs.
like, if you guys
Google
want a
Doc.
section in the Discord, I can make a section for you guys to start, dropping all these names and that kind of thing.
That would be actually really nice.
By the way,
Alex,
I think
have you read-
I think there is one.
am I supposed to see Junior's private channel? Because I have obviously we have our in-character private channels, but I see mine and Junior's.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're more than
same.
welcome to see it. I
mean,
don't really care.
I'm just saying, like, I don't.
No, you're not supposed to see that. I will have to fucking fix that. That's a
Yeah.
oops on my part.
I figure so. I mean, I haven't looked at it. I don't know if there's anything even in there.
I don't think there's anything yet. I just looked. There's nothing there for the moment.
But it's just like I remember you giving out all these private channels. I'm like, why do I see two?
Everyone should only see one.
Yeah. Now I see the blip on for Junior's, which I'm not gonna look.
Alex, if you got a copy of the New York City dossier with all the players in it?
I mean, that's what the canoe board is. It's basically that. We can send you the.
I would appreciate that. I have the little link to I forgot what the website's called.
The
Kumu.
Kumu.
Yeah, I have that, but even then, it's still like a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
So it's
well,
like
basically
looking around.
all the stuff on that is on one dossier, and I mean it's a Google
Back
Doc.
at the very beginning, you were given access to this Discord and to the library of vampire books on in the Google volume, and a copy of the dossier, and it's got little thumbnail bios on all the Primogen and a number of the other NPCs around town.
Yeah, like what Trent just pinged. You could hit the little thread icon in the top right hand corner of where in the NPCs, and you could put all the information for characters in there.
Yeah, I'd be happy to make a list of
Yeah,
names that you could then just click and go to a bio, and I can make all the links inside Discord if that would be helpful.
Sometimes I just need like a quick little refresher on what someone is, just 'cause
Like a
they're
little
new.
cue card type of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the problem for me is like everyone wants different shit, and there's no way I can accommodate all 5 players, like their specific thing that they're looking for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you might just need a name and 2 words, and it's fine. But what are those 2 words that's just going to spring your memory? I've got no way of knowing.
yeah.
Okay.
But all the information's out there. It's all been handed out, and beyond that, I think that you guys taking your own notes, and as the game goes on, because this is just the beginning. Like this is the upper echelon. Wait till we start dealing with the lower rungs. There's going to be a lot more names coming your way. I would expect everyone to have by the time we're all said and done, probably 100 to 200 names, including all the mortals and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
That just
And
seems like a lot.
they won't all be relevant at any given time. It'll depend on what you're dealing with. Like for example, if you're dealing with the Brooklyn Anarchs, you're dealing with a Ward, Severick, what's the other guy's name? Halbreck or whatever, the gang girl. And then that, so like the rest of those 200 names don't matter. It's going to be those 3 or those 5 people, and blah blah blah. But yeah, Trent, if you want to take that on,
I
feel
would
free.
appreciate that a lot, Trent. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just feel like sometimes I get a little lost.
Well, that's okay. I think we all do from time to time.
Oh, wait for it. There's going to come a time where I start getting confused.
Yeah.
Not confused yet,
Mhm.
but there will come a time where I'm like, oh, wait, wrong guy. And there will come a time when you throw shit back in my face that I fucking said, like, months prior. You'll just remember something that'll be in your notes. Like, it's like, well, this guy said this, or this guy owes me this favor from way back when. And I'll be like, oh, fuck.
That's
That
something else
happened.
we should consider.
A favor tab.
Just sorry. Well, no, just it brings up just a group strategy talk. Is that we need to stop doing things out of the goodness of our hearts and out of honor and duty. Like, if Kashif wants our help, we should extract something from him.
Like, we're not doing it for free, dude.
As much as I like him,
Yeah.
I did post something in Troy's World of Darkness. There's a video guides, just shit I've picked out from, like, shit that I think is relevant, and there's like 5 or 6 like 10-minute long videos in there, like, shit on boons, shit on the Camarilla, shit on the Anarchs, shit on humanity and shit like that, like just shit that I think is relevant and important. And it would probably behoove you to give those a cursory, even if it's 2 times speed, fucking listen to or whatever. Because that shit you can feel free to fucking throw in my face too. I fucking put it there. So, those are some of the rules I'm playing by.
Mhm.
Feel fucking free. I love it when players throw shit into my face. I mean, I hate it, but I love it at the same time. It's
You appreciate it.
Like, that happened in my Chicago game a week or 2 ago. Like, Jay threw something in my face from fucking 6 years ago.
Yeah, 6 or 7 years ago.
Yep. Yeah.
And I was just like, fuck. But he was right. And, I rolled with it. So it's like, okay. So the more stuff you guys, it's not just you guys, it's the individual as well, that you kind of accumulate, then the more power you have. Or more power, more influence, whatever you want to call it. The more tools you have at your disposal, I guess I could say. But anyways, getting back to it. So Alex, what's really going on?
The Tremere are not like the main bad guys. They're just the underlings of whoever's trying to consolidate power.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I'm going to correct you for a second. Not correct you, but just kind of enlighten you as to my way of thinking. There are no such thing as bad guys.
I don't
No
mean
such
bad
thing
guys
as good
as much as
Yeah, I know.
antagonists.
I know. I'm just kind of point that out there, or throwing that out there, just as an overall. You just happen to bring it up.
Bad guys is like a general term, and I know
Yeah.
they're not like. I don't think we're all bad guys in some sense. I just mean the antagonists of our group.
Everyone
He's
is
a
the
bad-
hero of their own story, right?
Are we the baddies?
No.
There are some people that will consider you guys to be bad guys.
I was about to pull
I'm
up
pretty
the.
sure Corliss is not thinking too highly of you guys had she heard this conversation.
Yeah, we-
100%. I'm just
But,
picturing,
yeah, I
picturing
don't think that-
Skyrim. Oh, I'm glad to see her awake. Fucking.
I'm glad I want to do that to one vampire game so bad, like just throw in that video like you guys awaken. And you're in
You're
a
all,
wagon.
fuck. We're in a goddamn wagon. Where the hell are we?
I might actually do that. Would be an interesting kind of funny throwback to like a what do you call that? A throwback scene,
Like a flashback of like a history.
Dark Ages flashback. But
Or
instead,
if you ever, or if you ever start up like a medieval campaign, that's how you should start it.
I do have an idea for one.
Oh shit!
Believe it or not.
I want to wake
Oh,
up
it's
in
just
that
not
wagon.
5e.
I doth protest thy actions.
It is fucking ugly. It's basically I'm using it. I've ran it before, but I've never gotten the entire way through it. It's the Transylvania Chronicles, which kind of chronicles like the rise and fall of Transylvania. And it basically, what it does is it basically skips through time all the way up to current day from like 1190 something. And
Oh,
you
damn.
stop at all the major points in history. Like, you know, you stop at the Fourth Crusade, you stop at fucking the creation of the Tremere, you stop at the creation of the Giovanni, you stop at the you know, the destruction of one of the elders, like all these major points in history, like the creation of the Camarilla.
Medieval Vampire the Masquerade would kind of be fun. That'd be interesting.
It is, and it's not at the same time. When I ran it, Ty, I ran it with Chris. And one of the things that was super interesting, but at the same time super frustrating, is kind of looking at it from a modern standpoint. And like all the conveniences are gone.
Yep.
So they spent an entire game session trying to figure out how to get from, I think it was Budapest into Transylvania.
Oh God, you're going to be taking like a wagon. It'll take days or
They
weeks.
took like 30 wagons.
Yeah, take forever.
Like, you know, they're sitting there, okay, we need guards, we need food for the guards, we need fucking presents, we need fucking this, and we need that, and fucking blah, blah, blah.
You have died
It
of
was super
dysentery.
Yeah, you need so many ghouls.
Real quick, do we want to get back to the outro? It's fine if we want to keep talking. I just think we got distracted.
Yeah. So, Michael.
Well, a lot of the low-hanging fruits kind of.
Yeah, it always sucks towards the end.
Yeah. I've still got more questions than answers.
For sure.
What's really going on is that evidence says to me that the anarchs are being used totally as a scapegoat. They may have a finger in the pie somewhere, but everything I see here tells me that they're just getting slammed and used as a scapegoat as part of Corliss's takeover. She needs somebody to blame, somebody to have people look at, and they've been elected.
All right. Let's take a point. So it's kind of like the same idea, but looking at it from a different angle.
Yeah.
Which is totally fine. Because, you know, it's such a dense kind of issue that there's a whole bunch of angles that you can look at it from. Take your point. And then TDC, the roughest one of them all.
I kind of going off of what I need to see what Ty and Michael said. The fact that there is more to see it, and I believe like Panhard has the heart and the honor of the true Camarilla, whereas Corliss is playing us as the fiddles and putting us into a wild goose chase, and perhaps even fucking over the sheriff in doing so just to delay everything, just to earn her time and bidding to win the seat by keeping everyone else at bay.
All right. So, you think that? So I'm just trying to dumb it down.
I'm seeing the polar opposite spectrums of Panhard versus Corliss, where Panhard's true to her word. She's always looked out for. She does what she says what she does, whereas Corliss is quite the opposite.
But do you know that?
I mean, not 100%, but I know we're being played for like a fiddle. We're being run around in circles.
All right.
That's at least that's how I feel.
All right. Take a point. So, Trent, how'd this session make Orion feel?
This one not so bad. More or less in his element. He thinks the people are taking an awful lot of risk for not a whole lot of reward. It's funny trying to separate my thoughts from what I feel like he's feeling, because like I'm trying not to trust anyone, but I mean he trusts Kashif hands down because his situation is very precarious, and there's really no one else for him to trust in that way, because he really has no other clan contacts to fall back on. He was very happy to hear Matthias at least entertain the idea of turning on his sire. He didn't think he would ever see that coming. So yeah, overall, better than previous. He's frustrated that we still have a shit ton of questions, but feels like things are at least moving in towards a decent direction.
All right. Take a point. Ty, how does Junior feel?
Junior's feeling pretty. He's very uneasy in this damn city, especially with what the fuck's going on and how to survive this. But he's kind of reflecting back to before he went in torpor for that. Just like this is turning back. The Wild West hasn't stopped. However, he's getting more solidified in his belief that the Coterie is going to be making more powerful decisions to get away from the Camarilla with how fucked up they are. So he's definitely happy, and yeah, bumping into Ward, even though he didn't say much to him, he was very happy to see him and talk. Just even part of his coterie that did talk with him. It was, yeah, he's doing all right. That's how Junior's feeling right now.
All right, take a point. Alex, how does Vivian feel?
I think a weird mixture of really stressed out and better at the same time. I feel like with Ward not trying to antagonize them and being able to have a conversation, she feels a little bit relaxed but stressed because she has to rethink a lot of biases she has with the Camarilla and the Anarchs.
All right, fair. That's a tough bridge to cross. Michael, how does Quaid feel?
Like the pieces are finally starting to come together a little bit. He was already leaning toward Corliss making power play and contemplating the Premier being an ally in that last session, and that seems to be confirmed. The one real fly he's got in his ointment is he wants to hear from the sheriff that interrogation and what comes out of there and what position he takes. He's real curious about that. But he feels a lot less frustrated and confused, and like he's finally kind of got a direction to point himself in. So he's a bit more optimistic, maybe. Still scared to death because this could go to hell 16 ways, but
All right, take a point. TDC, how does Matthias feel?
That he's playing with fire. His gut feeling feels like it's starting to come true, but yet there isn't enough hard evidence to sway him fully and able to push forward with these accusations of any kind without the threat of his own life from other stronger, powerful beings. His trust with certain people have grown, and he's leery of others still, because he's trying to trust, but Ophelia scares him because she's psycho.
And thankfully, somebody finally said it. What happens if Kashif is lying?
Yeah, that's. I'm not fully set on it, even though I'm playing the rock in the boat. So I just wanted to.
I mean, he's got every reason to lie.
I know.
Yep.
So yeah, he's playing with fire, basically.
All right, take a point. How does hold on? How does Matthias feel about murdering his sire?
If the evidence is true and in front of him, that points to her doing wrong to what he thinks is proper in his loyalty to the prince, to the Camarillo as a whole. If it's not following that tradition, then I think he'd be fine with it.
So let's make no mistake, this is murder that we're discussing here.
I mean, to save the city, to save the Camarilla from utter, chaos, it'll weigh on him. If it does come down to it with the facts, and he has to do it and does it, it'll change him for sure. It's
fair.
It's not gonna be easy, but he'll never be what he was.
And totally fair. I'm just kind of throwing it out there.
Yeah, no, that's as of right now, but like without all the right facts, I can't really, can't really say one way or the
Do you think
other.
you'll ever get the truth?
Not the full truth, but all he needs is one piece of evidence that is irrefutable, or it can't be denied, or anything that will sway who's more right than wrong. It's like the typical, the 51% of the prosecution needs 51% to prove innocence or guilt. That's kind of, or not the evidence of preponderance amount, whatever the terminology is for legal shit. If you know what I'm saying. But
yeah, that would only be for a civil case.
Yeah, but I know this is murder, and it would need more than just one little tidbit. But yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to get enough in time to. So it's going to be a.
Well, the clock is certainly ticking now.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting. I agree with. We need to go back and I had an idea to send out messengers to everyone we've spoken to and poke again and see where they're at privately, one-on-one, and kind of thing, just to see if we could separate the truth from the past, or
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a difficult position to be in. Like before, it was just find the prince. Now it's discussing assassination. And making sure that morally,
it's just, yeah.
you kill the right person. Or that maybe murder isn't even necessary. But I guess we'll have to see next week what you guys do.
Mm-hmm.
Or how it gets more complicated.
That.
Well, it's kind of interesting. If you go back through the game sessions, and you can do that on TDC stream, every game you guys swing back and forth like a pendulum.
Yeah, it really is. We need to balance and find.
Like
Well, I
depending on
mean-
who you guys talk to, it's and like that's there's nothing wrong
Yeah.
with that. Like
Well, that's
Yeah,
the
of
thing
course.
is that like we really have very little hard evidence. You know, it's all just a game of he said, she said. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
basically.
swing because we move in coordination with what we learned or think we learned. So
here's one thing I want to put towards you guys. Does it matter?
the evidence, or
If it becomes a moral thing versus a evidence and
Why are
like
you-
factual thing.
Why are you making it a moral thing?
Well, because
Victor writes the history, man.
in the sense
The
of
one thing I haven't heard from you guys yet is this chick is fucking guilty because I want her to be guilty because it's better for me.
I just didn't want to be the first one to say it out loud, but that's how Ryan's feeling.
Matthias is still learning. Just if being free of his sire will be more beneficial than her being able to aid him.
Or maybe, maybe you rat out Kashif because it is better for you.
Hmm.
And it's kind of the thing that Trent was alluding to. Like, we need to start keeping track of these boons and whatnot.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with being selfish in a game of Vampire.
Mm-mm.
In fact, that's what the game is fucking about. So yeah, that might be a thing, as something to consider as well. Like, there's no guarantee that you find the prince and you get anything. Beyond a pat on the head and, thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to sway you one way or another. I'm just
No,
kind of
no,
like,
it's definitely, I see what you're saying, and it definitely gives more avenues than following the carrot on the stick. Because, like you
Right.
say, we it depends on who we talk to, is how we feel.
Mhm. But sometimes, like, you're never going to get the full story. You're never going to get the evidence that you want or that's going to satisfy you. Maybe you just do what's good for you. And maybe, like, how far down that hole are you willing to go to do what's good for you? Like, who are you willing to betray? Who are you willing to fucking murder? Just because it's good for you.
Mm-hmm.
But, that's something you guys are going to have to decide on your own. Though I would suggest you're all on the same page. You don't have to be, but
Yeah, more or less.
it gets pretty awkward when one person's like, you know what? Fuck this bitch. We're going to kill her. And everyone else is like, no.
That is how you die yourself.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, guys, that was a great game. It got really tense here, especially at the end. Who knew a simple conversation could turn into fucking something that bad, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys do with all the information you have on your plate now.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
But regardless, we have a small mystery to solve. To at least get to the bottom of, well, hardly a small mystery, like, who blew up Elysium? It's kind of a big deal. And we'll get to the bottom of that next game.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I'm gonna bounce. I will catch y'all later.
All right, Ty?
Later.
Oop,
Gotta
good
go to
night.
work tomorrow.
Good night,
Yeah,
everybody.
great game, all.
Good stuff.
Thanks, Troy.
Enjoyed it, guys.
Yoo-hoo.
Bye.
See you guys.
Night, y'all.
Right.
With that being said, y'all, that is going to do it for this episode of New York by Night. Come back next Sunday. Start around 8-ish, depending on schedules and everyone getting together. We'll continue from there. We'll see how it goes. But with that, much appreciated.